Chapter 2:16. The Fire Seed Secret Realm. The formation elixir was similar to the talisman incantation. It was what Long Chun had used to kill Zhang Yishan so easily. As its name suggested, the elixir could contain a formation. It was similar to the crack elixir, but it was completely different. The value of the elixir could be seen when the 100 Smelting Clan leader asked Long Chun for the method of refining the formation elixir. Long Chun would not hand it over easily. Although the formation elixir was similar to the talisman incantation, the speed of its release was much faster than the talisman incantation. Long Chun smiled and did not speak. A faint smile flashed across the 100 Smelting Clan leader's lips. Only then did he reply indifferently, "If you have any requests, feel free to ask." He Buyu, the master of the 100 Smelting Clan, secretly thought that Long Chun was a sensible person. He didn't let go of the storage formation elixir. In just a few seconds of silence, he knew that as long as the price was right, the refining method of the storage formation elixir could become the property of the 100 Smelting Clan. Once they got the formation elixir, the talisman incantation and alchemy incantation of the 100 Smelting Clan would be greatly improved. If the elixirs in the elixir pavilion are refined into elixirs, I can take 70% of them. Do you agree? Long Chun asked directly. He Buyu frowned, and the other clan leaders could not help but stare at Long Chun. Long Chun himself had the privilege of entering and exiting the spiritual herbs pavilion at will. This was not something that everyone could do. Apart from some special spiritual herbs, he could also use them at will. However, Long Chun wanted to increase this privilege. The original 3 floors had become 7 floors. In other words, even if Long Chun refined 100 elixirs, he would only have to return 30 to the clan. In this way, the elixir pavilion became Long Chun's treasure trove. It's approved, but you still can't use some special elixirs. The other privileges are still applicable to you. You can't sell the elixirs you refine privately, but you can put them in the elixir pavilion for sale, He Buyu said. Long Chun smiled, but he did not intend to sell the elixirs. It was good enough for him to eat. With his sea of qi, he needed an astronomical amount of spiritual power. After He Buyu agreed, Long Chun said, "One more thing. I need a place in the Fire Seed Secret Realm in 3 months." A place in the Fire Seed Secret Realm. Yi Hailan did not expect that Long Chun would not only ignore her warning, but also look forward to the Fire Seed Secret Realm. In Long Chun's eyes, this so-called Tinder Mystic Realm might be his greatest opportunity in the 5 great sections. However, this time, He Buyu remained silent and did not answer. A white-bearded elder stared at Long Chun and said, "Although the Fire Seed Secret Realm will open in 3 months, there will be people from the 5 great sects who will enter. This time, there will be a special quota, the Godly Knife Sect." Zhu Wuqing. He Buyu, who was not silent, said, "Qin Yunzi wants to kill you to show his power. He even gave you the spiritual Thunder Dao fruit as a reward. The Fire Seed Secret Realm will do you no good." Hearing the name Zhu Wuqing, Long Chun could not help but sneer in his heart. This person was extremely powerful. He was considered a monster among the pro-disciples of the Invincible Knife Sect. He was also very crazy and did things without restraint. In his previous life, Long Chun and Yi Hailan were hunted down by him in the Fire Seed Secret Realm. Not to mention that the Fire Seed Secret Realm was tailor-made for Long Chun. There was also the Fire Spiritual Meridian. Even if it was useless, Long Chun would not back down. This was because he had saved Yi Hailan's life in his previous life. If he backed down, it would mean Yi Hailan's death. "I need a quota to enter the Fire Seed Secret Realm." Long Chun insisted again. In fact, Long Chun's request was to save himself a lot of trouble. After all, with his strength, it would not be difficult for him to obtain a quota to enter the Fire Seed Secret Realm in the next 3 months. Approved. He Buyu looked at Long Chun deeply and handed a fiery red token to Long Chun. After the discussion, He Buyu took the lead and left. However, many elders and the disciples of the 100 Smelting Sect's Talisman and Alchemy Sect had no intention of leaving. Ao Tsangxiong, Jin Shisan, and Marquis Feng Qing stared at Long Chun and smiled bitterly. Under normal circumstances, everyone in the 100 Smelting Sect would be respectful to the sect leader. Instead, it was Long Chun who was bargaining seriously. Long Chun looked at the alchemy sect and talisman sect disciples who were gathered in the cave with a look of anticipation. He laughed and said, "You all go outside and wait in the square. I will go out and give you the refining method later." Everyone then left. Long Chun slowly walked to the corner of the wall and pointed in the air a few times. Spirit light rippled faintly. Then, two talismans appeared in the originally empty space. Long Chun smiled faintly and crushed the talismans with a wave of his hand. "Master, what does this talisman mean?" Jin Shursen asked in a deep voice. "This is the truth-breaking talisman. I'm afraid it was set up by the sect leader himself." Marquis Feng Qing stared at the yellow talismans that had been crushed by Long Chun and said seriously. Ao Tsangqiong also smiled and looked at Long Chun. He said, "The truth-breaking talisman can expel evil spirits and kill the soul of possession." In fact, the sect leader was too suspicious. A real possession would not be as easy as yours. There are many restrictions. Long Chun smiled and did not speak. In fact, the moment he entered the cave, he felt the two talismans, but he did not say it out loud. This was because he wasn't trying to take over someone's body. Instead, he was trying to be reborn. The truth-breaking talisman was useless to him, but it could make Hibue feel at ease. Otherwise, today's conversation would not have gone so smoothly. You all should get ready. The Fireseed Secret Realm is a secret realm unique to the 5 sects. It opens every once in a while. The Fireseed inside can refine the sea of Qi and accelerate the condensing of the golden core. When the time comes, you all will most likely fight for a spot. Long Chun said lightly and turned to walk out of the cave. The corners of their eyes suddenly twitched. They secretly thought that Long Chun directly asked for a spot in the secret realm and asked them to fight for it. This was too unfair. Outside the cave, on the huge square of the 15th level of the cave, more and more people came. Even many elders of the same generation came here. They were all here for the refining method of the array formation pill in Long Chun's hands. As Long Chun walked out of the cave, the people around slowly opened up a path. The scene was quite funny. A young man who was not even 20 years old walked in with his hands behind his back. He walked in with big strides, but he seemed to be taking a stroll in the park. In all directions, many elders and disciples were like students thirsting for knowledge. Chapter 217. Immortal intoxication. The square in front of the 100 Smelting Clan's 15th floor was packed with people. In Long Chun's hand was the leftover formation pill that he refined a few days ago. The formation pill was not a real pill. After all, it could not be consumed and had no effect on cultivation. In the inheritance of alchemy that Long Chun obtained, it was just a means of battle. Everyone looked at the pill in Long Chun's hand. The pill quickly separated in Long Chun's hand and finally split open like a flower petal. When refining this pill, you need to use a special method to carve formation patterns on it. To put it simply, the pill is used as a talisman paper, and the formation becomes a talisman incantation. Long Chun said casually. The crowd was in an uproar. Although Long Chun's explanation was simple, it was like a fantasy story to everyone. Everyone knew that the talisman incantation method was to inscribe the formation on the talisman paper in advance. Long Chun's method was no different from opening up a new path. However, everyone knew that it was extremely difficult. The talisman paper contained spiritual power and was inscribed with spirit sand. Through the activation of spiritual power, the formation inscribed on the talisman paper could be directly used. Although the pill contained spiritual power, it was not as simple as imagined to activate it. Long Chun naturally saw everyone's doubts, but he did not intend to explain. After explaining the principle of the pill, Long Chun left in front of everyone. Some disciples with high status took out their pill cauldrons and experimented on the square. After a long while, Long Chun handed 2 jade slips to the alchemy faction and 1 to the talisman faction. In fact, it contained the most important step of refining the formation pill. After doing all this, Long Chun felt that the surroundings were too complicated. Therefore, he did not return to the cave dwelling. Instead, He turned around and walked towards the 100 smelting clan. He had only taken a few steps when a burst of wine aroma came from behind him. Long Chen knew, without turning his head, that Ao Sangxiong was here. "Come with me to brew the drunken immortal?" Long Chen smiled faintly. Hearing this, Ao Sangxiong's eyes lit up. In truth, this was the true purpose of his trip. He didn't try to hide it. Nodding, he said, "If you can really make it, what's the big deal?" Long Chen's footsteps became faster and faster, like a gust of wind. The two of them rushed down the mountains of the 5 great sects, one in front and one behind, straight into the lofty mountains. Surrounded by towering trees, craggy mountains, and endless roars of demonic beasts, Sangxiong frowned and said in a deep voice, "Where are you going to brew wine? If we continue walking, we'll reach the central area of the mountain range. At that time, I'm afraid we'll encounter high-ranked demon beasts." Long Chen had no intention of answering him and continued to move forward. In fact, as long as he had Ao Sangxiong by his side, he was not afraid of any high-level demonic beasts. This was because he knew that although Ao Sangxiong was in the 5 great sects, there were always assassins from the Dark Star organization hiding around him. Although Ao Sangxiong disdained to have any connection with the Dark Star organization, he was still the young master of the organization after all. Ao Sangxiong saw that Long Chen did not answer, so he did not ask further. He did not have any suspicions and continued to follow closely behind. The sky gradually darkened. The forest that was supposed to be lively at night was strangely quiet at this moment. At this moment, Ao Sangxiong gradually realized that something was wrong. The wine pot in his hand was unknowingly placed back on his waist. "We've arrived at the place to brew the drunken immortal." Long Chen's lips curled into a teasing smile. Long Chen's footsteps slowly came to a stop. The drunken immortal. In his previous life, Long Chen drank this wine for the first time. In fact, he drank it together with Ao Sangxiong, and the method to brew this wine was also obtained from him. However, in this life, Long Chen had to personally teach this method to Ao Sangxiong. After his rebirth, Long Chen truly felt the wonders of time and karma. Ao Sangxiong followed Long Chen's gaze and looked over. In front of them was a deep and serene grotto. The grotto was surrounded by bright red blood that emitted a heart-palpitating aura. The drunken immortal needs at least 10 years of accumulation to brew. This is something that all wine drinkers know. Long Chen said lightly. Ao Sangxiong nodded. He naturally knew this, which was why he had so many doubts about Long Chen's drunken immortal. However, there's an immortal ape here. Its strength is equivalent to the initial stage of Void Return. This is a high-level mission among the 5 great sections. Many disciples of the 5 great sects have died in its hands, Long Chen said lightly. If we use the blood of the immortal ape to brew the drunken immortal, we can save 10 years of accumulation. It even has a better taste. Long Chen's words made Ao Sangxiong's eyes light up. In reality, he didn't know that in his previous life, he was the one who brought Long Chen to this place. He was also the one who taught Long Chen the method to brew the drunken immortal. According to what Ao Sangxiong said at that time, he accidentally obtained the method to brew the drunken immortal from an elder of the Wanjian sect. That time, the two of them brewed the drunken immortal for the first time. Without talking too much with Ao Sangxiong, Long Chen turned around and rushed into the grotto with his sword. Not long after the two of them rushed into the grotto, a series of jumping sounds broke the silence in the forest. 3 figures rushed toward Long Chen and Ao Sangxiong. "We must kill Long Chen today. Otherwise, the Zhu Wuqing will never forgive us." The leader's eyes were cold. When he mentioned the Zhu Wuqing, a hint of fear flashed across his face. Hearing this, the other 2 people's faces suddenly darkened. They said coldly, "That Zhu Wuqing is only a direct disciple. Even if he's a monster, we don't have to be so humble and let him order us around. Second brother, although you and I are outer sect elders, if he wants to get rid of us, I'm afraid it's a simple matter. The Zhu Wuqing is probably only the Wanjian sect's Liancheng can be compared to him. That's enough." Compared to making the Jew Wuching an enemy, I'd rather get rid of this Long Chun. Now that this person and this new disciple of the Wanjian sect have come here, it's the best time for us to make a move. The three people rush forward and quickly follow the trail of Long Chun and Ao Sangxiong to the cave. At this moment, Long Chun and Ao Sangxiong were slowly walking out. The moment they saw the three people, Ao Sangxiong and Long Chun were startled. Immediately, they frowned. "The three of you, are you here to take my life?" Long Chun smiled faintly. "Then you've really picked the wrong world." Long Chun knew that many people in the big sects wanted to take his life. Naturally, staying in the sect was the safest. However, he also knew that as long as Ao Sangxiong was moving forward, this trip would be extremely safe. When the three people heard Long Chun's words, they said coldly, "Don't tell me you think you could defeat the three of us just because you defeated Zhang Yishan. Your unorthodox methods are useless in front of us. Big brother, don't talk to him anymore. Let's just kill the two of them cleanly." The three people looked at each other. A long saber appeared in their hands. They were full of killing intent. Chapter 218. Wanted to enter the Dark Star seeing that the three of them were about to rush over. Ao Sangxiong's expression suddenly turned cold. He said, "The three of you are elders of the Absolute Blade sect, and now you're trying to kill the new disciples of the Wanjian sect and the 100 Smelting clan. This is a violation of the sect's rules, and it's punishable by death." The three of them spat on the ground, completely unmoved. In the blink of an eye, they rushed towards Long Chun and his companion. Long Chun and Ao Sangxiong quickly retreated and jumped into the cave. However, a strange scene happened. The sky suddenly darkened, and the three people who were about to attack stopped. They felt their bodies turn cold and were instantly enveloped by a strong murderous intent. "Who's there?" the leader of the Absolute Blade sect elder shouted. However, in the next moment, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. This was because the heads of the two people beside him had fallen from their shoulders to his feet. Their eyes were filled with confusion, as if they did not even know how they died. The leader looked terrified at this moment. His mind had already flown out of the sky. His feet moved, and he was about to leap away. However, he only saw that he had just jumped more than 10 meters away when a black light streaked across the sky and reaped his life. Seeing this scene, Ao Sangxiong and Long Chun slowly walked out of the cave. Ao Sangxiong's expression was extremely ugly. He shouted coldly, "Get out here." Following his shout, three figures walked out from the shadows under the tree. They all knelt on one knee and said to Ao Sangxiong, "Greetings, young master." Long Chun saw this and could not help but smile. This scene was exactly the same as what he had seen in his previous life. The biggest assassin organization in the ancient desolate land, Dark Star. Ao Sangxiong stared at the three of them and said in a low voice, "Didn't I tell you not to follow me? How can the way of assassination be done by a gentleman? Moreover, they have no enmity with you. If I want to kill them, I should be the one doing it. What does it have to do with you?" Ao Sangxiong's expression was extremely ugly, while Long Chun, who was standing at the side, smiled bitterly. This style was no different from Ao Sangxiong in his previous life. However, he also knew that his big brother had a lot of trump cards, and his combat strength was ridiculously strong. If he went all out, he might be able to kill the three of them. However, the degree of danger was self-evident. Naturally, the three members of Dark Star were unwilling to let Ao Sangxiong take the risk. "Young master, you should return with us," the three of them said in unison. Ao Sangxiong seemed very helpless. In the end, he waved his hand again and said, "I said that I will never accept Dark Star, and I will never assassinate anyone in my life. If I see the three of you again, don't blame me for being merciless." The three of them were silent. They only shook their heads and sighed. Then, they turned and disappeared into the mountains. Ao Sangxiong's originally good mood seemed to have become extremely bad because of this. Long Chun shook his head and said, "You go back to the Wanjian sect first. Tomorrow, you can come to the 100 Smelting sect to drink." Ao Sangxiong nodded. Then, He sped up and went toward the Wanjian sect. After Long Chan walked for a while, he slowed down. Then he stood in place and said indifferently, "Everyone come out. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with you guys." As Long Chen's voice fell, the three members of Dark Star appeared again. They were like ghosts that could not be found. They surrounded Long Chen. "Who are you?" It is reasonable to say that there are very few people in the 5 great sects who know about the existence of Dark Star. However, you don't seem to be surprised to see us. On the contrary, you seem to be very familiar with us. Now, you can even see through our concealment technique. The three people's words revealed a murderous intent. Long Shun looked at the three people, and a smile appeared on his face. He knew that if it were not for the fact that he had a good relationship with Ao Sangxiong, these three people would have already killed him. There was no need to talk so much nonsense, however. Since he had coincidentally met Dark Star today, Long Chun could not watch this organization walk down the path of extinction. In his previous life, he and his elder brother were surrounded and killed by people from all sides. If it were not for the fact that their forces were not as strong as 2 divine kingdoms, they would not have been defeated so miserably. Dark Star was undoubtedly an extremely powerful organization. As long as they were used slightly, they would not be weaker than the Firmament Divine Kingdom that Long Chun had established in his previous life. Long Chun stared at the three people and said, "Dark Star, you three are Purple Star assassins, right?" Long Chen's casual glance caused the three people's pupils to suddenly shrink. Each of them displayed an extremely powerful cultivation. It was as if Long Chen made the slightest rash move, he would be beheaded like the 3 elders of the Godly Knife sect in front of him. "Who exactly are you? You actually know the internal division of our Dark Star?" The leader of the assassins asked coldly. Long Chen nodded and said in a deep voice, "I want to meet your Purple Star emissary and join Dark Star." The three people were stunned. Immediately after, they looked at Long Chen with a strange expression and said, "You want to join Dark Star? What a joke. Our Dark Star assassins have all been trained since young. We have an extremely deep understanding of assassination. What qualifications do you have to join Dark Star?" Long Chen stared at the three people and said, "It is not up to you to decide whether you want to join or not. You can just inform your Purple Star emissary about this matter." The three people's pupils suddenly shrank. They were even more uncertain about Long Chen's words. Long Chen knew Dark Star very well. If it was any other time, the three people would have already taken action. However, was Long Chen's understanding of Dark Star informed by Ao Sangxiong? Was it allowed by Ao Sangxiong? Or perhaps Long Chen had some other relationship with the organization. The three people were unable to make a judgment at this moment. They did not dare to act recklessly. "Wait here." The three people hesitated for a moment. Then, they slowly retreated into the shadows and disappeared. When the three people reappeared, they were already 1,000 meters away. The leader said in a deep voice, "Send a message to the Purple Star emissary. This person knows too much about Dark Star. I'm afraid his identity is not simple. We can't make a decision on our own." "Humph, I think this person just learned about Dark Star from our young master. I've never heard of Dark Star recruiting outsiders. He's a disciple of the 5 great sections. His assassination skills are like a child's. What qualifications does he have to join Dark Star?" The three people's words were full of disdain. In fact, there was nothing wrong with what they said. Under normal circumstances, with their strength of return to void initial stage, they could easily assassinate any return to void initial stage cultivator. If the three of them worked together, they might even be able to assassinate a Dao integration stage cultivator. This was the charm of assassination, because you never knew when your head would leave your body. Time flew by quickly. An hour had passed since the three people sent the message. Then, a middle-aged man in purple appeared in front of them. Seeing the three people, the man in purple said coldly, "Didn't I tell you to stay close to the young master? Why are you sending me a message here?" Chapter 219. Assessment task. The three of them sneered and disappeared from where they were, rushing towards where Long Chun had been. In their eyes, Long Chun was only in the divine transformation realm. The three of them were powerful enough to assassinate a return to void final stage cultivator, so they were no match for a soul formation stage cultivator. Damn it, he dared to trick us. When the leader saw that Long Chun wasn't waiting at his original spot, he immediately shouted coldly. The other two said, "This place is still some distance away from the 5 great sections. The 3 of us will directly stop him, break his tendons, and bring him here." The 3 of them split up and flew in different directions at high speed. However, after walking for a few dozen meters, he discovered that there was something wrong with the situation. There was no sign of Long Chun leaving. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them concealed themselves and slowly retreated from the place where they had separated. However, a scream came from one of them, immediately breaking the silence of the entire forest. The other 2 knew that things were not good and quickly rushed in the direction of the scream. However, when they finally arrived, there was only one person. The other 2 seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The middle-aged purple star emissary also arrived after a few breaths. When he saw that there was only one purple star assassin left in front of him, he frowned deeply and a dignified look flashed in his eyes. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, please come out. Perhaps what you said can really be discussed." As the purple-clothed, middle-aged man's voice faded, Long Chun walked out from the shadows with a smile on his face. "Sir, you're actually proficient in our Dark Star clan's Tao of assassination. Where did you learn it from?" The purple-clothed, middle-aged man's voice was filled with killing intent. Long Chun said indifferently, "I got it by chance. I wonder if I can join the Dark Star organization with this method?" The middle-aged man's eyes were like torches as he stared at Long Chun and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" The purple-clothed, middle-aged man naturally did not believe Long Chun's words. As for joining the Dark Star organization, it was not that simple. Long Chun shook his head and replied, "Every organization has its own rules. I'm confident that my strength is enough to enter the Dark Star organization. As the Purple Star emissary, you should give me a chance to take the test." The purple-clothed man narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Chun. He was very confused. Long Chun was a member of the 5 great sects, but he seemed to know a lot about the Dark Star race. He even knew that the Purple Star emissary had the right to conduct external examinations. Could it be that this person had really obtained the inheritance of a high-ranking Dark Star assassin by chance? After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man said, "You should return to the sect. There will be a mission for you. If you can complete it, you will become a member of the Dark Star organization. If you fail, only death awaits." Seeing that they were about to leave, Long Chun said again, "Mission target, people who should be killed." The purple-clothed man looked at Long Chun deeply and nodded. He then ordered another person to carry the 2 unconscious people that Long Chun had knocked out and disappeared into the forest. "Emissary, what's wrong with this guy? He seems to not only know the way of assassination, but he also knows a lot about the Dark Star organization. He even knows about the right to choose an assassination mission," the Purple Star assassin asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man nodded and said in a deep voice, "This person has a good relationship with the young master. No matter what, he does cultivate the way of assassination of our Dark Star lineage. Moreover, his comprehension is very deep. If we can take him in, it might not be a bad thing. Moreover, the young master is too opposed to you. Moreover, it's too inconvenient to move within the 5 great sects. If this person can become a dagger for us within the 5 great sects, it might not be impossible." On the other hand, Long Chun had returned to the 100 Smelting Clan. Today's matter was not part of his original plan. As for joining the Dark Star organization, it was also a spur-of-the-moment decision. In fact, compared to Ao Tsangxiong, Long Chun was very interested in assassination. Otherwise, he would not have learned so much about the way of assassination from Ao Tsangxiong in his previous life. Long Chun was thinking about how to control the Dark Star as much as possible so that it would not disappear in the next 200 years. It would be best if it could become a hidden force when he returned to the 10 Directions Heaven Domain. If he wanted to defeat the transcendent rulers and the many powerhouses of the 10 Directions Heaven Domain, it would not be done in a day. Long Chun walked to the spirit medicine pavilion and returned the 3 layers of pills that he had refined. After checking that there were no mistakes, he selected many more spirit medicines. However, he also knew that if he refined pills and cultivated like this, even if he worked day and night, it would take him at least several months to break through to the return of void stage. His sea of vital energy was too big. I have to find a way to exchange the 3 spirit medicines that you can refine from the spirit medicine pavilion. This way, I can at least save a lot of time and reach the 3rd layer of the soul transformation realm. Long Chun returned to his cave residence. Once again, he immersed himself in refining pills. As for the path of formations, Long Chun did not deliberately cultivate it. He focused on refining the crack pill. However, his understanding of formations was not low. After all, the core of the crack pill was to refine pills with the assistance of formations. Long Chun, who had immersed himself in the path of refining pills, seemed to be unable to feel the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. However, he did not know that a big storm had been stirred up in the Godly Knife sect in these few days. The life tablets of 3 elders at the late void stage had shattered. It was extremely rare for elders to die in the 5 great sections. Only Zhu Wuqing knew that these 3 people were secretly arranged by him to assassinate Long Chun. However, the 3 of them had now died without knowing why. However, he also received another piece of news, which was that Long Chun had publicly asked the 100 Smelting Sect Master for a place to enter the Fire Seed Secret Realm. This meant that Long Chun would definitely be present in the Fire Seed Secret Realm in 3 months. Thinking of this, Zhu Wuqing could not help but laugh sinisterly. He muttered to himself, "The Fire Seed Secret Realm. It seems that I have to do it personally this time. I must get the Thunder Spirit Dao Fruit." Thinking of this, Zhu Wuqing decided not to attack Long Chun for the time being. After a few more days, Long Chun finally stopped refining pills and walked out of his cave residence. When Jian Shisan saw Long Chun coming out of seclusion, he immediately went up to him and said, "Master, a few days ago, Lu Yi and another woman from the Pill Tower of the Song Dragon Pill Tower came to the 100 Smelting Sect. They seem to be in the Pill Pavilion now." Long Chun nodded. The Pill Pavilion was a way for the Pill Tower to enter the 100 Smelting Sect. They relied on each other and cultivated talents together. However, Long Chun originally thought that Lu Tsonglan would send Lu Yi and Yin Li directly to the Pill Tower in the ancient Desolation Land. He did not expect them to be sent to the 5 great sections. Since the 2 of them were here, Long Chun naturally had to meet them. After all, he was Lu Yi's master in alchemy. In the Pill Pavilion, in addition to Lu Yi, many of the younger generation of the Pill Tower of the 9 great empires had come to the 100 Smelting Sect. Chapter 220. Pill Pavilion E. It said that you can refine 3rd grade King tier pills. With your age and talent, you should be able to pass the test of the Pill Tower's upper echelons. Why did you come to the 100 Smelting Clan? A woman standing beside Lu Yi asked. The other 2 youths also hurriedly came up and said, "Junior Sister Yi will be in the same sect in the future. We should communicate more and discuss many matters related to alchemy." Lu Yi's title of Pill Fanatic was quite famous in the Pill Tower of the 9 great empires. Being able to refine King tier pills at such a young age made many people look at her in a new light. Lu Yi was currently refining pills, but she couldn't resist the requests of so many people, so she refined them outside in front of everyone's eyes. However, everyone's continuous words made Yin Li and Lu Yi's faces turn ugly. In the distance, Long Chun walked up the stairs from below. Everyone he met on the way cupped their fists to greet him. After the battle at the Tongbi Gate a few days ago, everyone admired Long Chun's alchemy cultivation. Although Long Chun was only a new disciple, the 6 grade King tier pills he refined were enough to be ranked as a direct disciple. Long Chun wasn't arrogant and responded to them one by one. When he walked to the front of the Pill Pavilion's door, he saw Lu Yi surrounded by people at the center. At this moment, Lu Yi was refining pills. Long Chun walked through the Pill Pavilion's door and into the crowd. Compliments came from all around, and Lu Yi's face turned red. She was obviously a little embarrassed by these people's praises. Humph! At this moment, Long Chun stood out from the crowd with a gloomy face. The moment Lu Yi and Yin Li saw Long Chun, their hands involuntarily froze. They did not know why Long Chun was so angry. Soon after, the two of them forcefully suppressed the confusion in their hearts. They wanted to finish refining the medicinal pills before asking Long Chun. Soon, 3 first-grade king tier pills with 2 veins were out of the furnace. The surrounding people cried out in surprise. They seemed to have been attracted by the cracks on the pill. These people were all geniuses of the various pill towers. Soon, through this pill, they discovered that the spiritual energy within it far exceeded what they had refined. Junior Sister E is indeed worthy of being called a pill maniac. Among the disciples of the pill tower of the 9 great empires, I'm afraid you're number 1. That's right, that's right. Junior Sister Lu is both talented and beautiful. The heavens really have eyes. Of the crowd, the compliments were endless. Lu Yi and Yin Li took the lead and walked towards Long Chun. Lu Yi directly handed over the pill she had just refined to Long Chun. This scene puzzled the group of young people who had just joined the pill pavilion. There were even many young men who felt enmity towards Long Chun. On the other hand, Long Chun's face darkened as he stared at Lu Yi and Yin Li. The pills in his hand gradually turned into fragments and fell out of his hand. Long Chun, what are you doing? Yin Li couldn't help but cry out when she saw Long Chun's actions. Long Chun snorted and said, "Shut up." Yin Li originally still wanted to speak, but when she saw Long Chun's eyes, she instantly felt that she lost her courage. Long Chun stared at the two of them and said in a low voice, "The Violet Jade Soul Pill was originally a 2nd grade king rank medicinal pill. With your natural talent, you could have refined it to a 3rd grade king rank medicinal pill or even higher. But now, 3 first grade king rank purple Jade Soul pills, and the two of you are actually still complacent here. Did the praises of this group of people go to your heads?" Long Chun's berating made the two's faces turn green and red, but they also felt Long Chun's anger. But how could Long Chun not be angry? Lu Yi's talent in alchemy was so outstanding. However, she had only been in the 5 great sects for a few days, and she was surrounded like a moon surrounded by stars. If this continued in the long run, her path of alchemy would be full of difficulties. Back then, the reason why Long Chun agreed to teach Lu Yi the Tao of alchemy was none other than taking a fancy to her obsession with alchemy. But now, he was very disappointed. Lu Yi and Yin Li seemed to know why Long Chun was like this. The two of them lightly bit their lower lips and remained silent in front of Long Chun. When the numerous young disciples not far away saw this scene, they could not help walking over. 2 young men with outstanding looks seemed to want to stand up for Lu Yi, and they shouted at Long Chun in deep voices, "Which faction's disciple are you from? This is the Pill Pavilion. Don't be presumptuous again." Lu Yi is a genius alchemist of the Pill Tower's younger generation. Although she is in the Pill Pavilion, even in the 100 Smelting sect, there are not many people who can treat her like this. "Who are you?" The two of them looked at each other and directly blocked Lu Yi behind them, looking like a hero saving a beauty. But their eyes were full of disdain when looking at Long Chun. They were all disciples of the Pill Tower who had just come from the 9 great empires, and they belonged to the same group as Lu Yi. Naturally, they did not know Long Chun. At this moment, in their eyes, Long Chun was just a youth who bullied Lu Yi, and they would not let go of such an opportunity to show off. Long Chun frowned and glanced at them, but he was too lazy to lower himself to their level. Lu Yi hurriedly walked out from behind them and grabbed Long Chun's arm. Her face was full of regret, and there were tears in her eyes. She said to Long Chun, "Little master," he knows she was wrong. In the future, E will be serious when refining pills and won't be half-hearted anymore. Yin Li also hurriedly mediated. E is a child. It's nothing if she wants to play for a while. Next time, I'll pay more attention to remind her. Only then did Long Chun's expression become slightly better. Lu Yi was naturally carefree and had a pure heart. If she was consistent from beginning to end, her future in alchemy could be said to be limitless. But it was also because of her naivety that she was easily tempted by the outside world. Once she went down the wrong path, it would be too late for regrets. Master? You're the daughter of the president of the Black Dragon Empire's Pill Pagoda. You've even become a king-stage alchemist at such a young age. Who can be your master? I'm afraid this person is at most 1 or 2 years older than you. How can he be your master? As they spoke, they all stared bitterly at Long Chun. The few young men directly raised their weapons and surrounded Long Chun. Long Chun's eyes slowly turned cold. Seeing the few elders in the distance quickly walking over, he snorted coldly and didn't make a move against them. The few elders walked over and hurriedly shouted, "Impudent! You dare to use weapons in the Pill Pagoda! Elder, this kid actually dares to berate Lu Yi and even dares to call himself Yi's master. It's simply ridiculous." The young man in the lead hurriedly reported. When the elder heard this, he saw Long Chun's gloomy face as if he was walking on ice. He took a step forward and asked Long Chun, "Are you really Lu Yi's master?" Long Chun said coldly, "What? Am I not worthy?" Then, the elder looked at Lu Yi with an inquiring gaze. Chapter 2:21. The mission begins. The elder looked at Long Chun and thought of the young man whose talent in alchemy shook the 5 great sects a few days ago. Although the Pill Pavilion did not participate in the challenge that day and did not see it with their own eyes, this rumor had already spread throughout the 100 Smelting Sect, especially the Alchemy Division of the 100 Smelting Sect. The Pill Pavilion and the Alchemy Division complemented each other. The Array Formation Pill was even more miraculous, causing the Alchemy Division and the Array Division to faintly unite, and the overall combat strength of the 100 Smelting Sect began to gradually rise. Long Chun looked at the elder and nodded, admitting it. The elder's expression immediately became a little better. There was an additional look of praise on his face. He immediately took a step forward and bowed to Long Chun as a peer. In a deep voice, he said, "This old man has a few questions regarding the formation pill. I wonder if we can talk in the inner hall?" Long Chun frowned and said in a deep voice, "No need. I just came to see you this time. I have no interest in your pill pavilion." Although Long Chun did not want to argue with these young people, if they wanted him to give them advice, they should not even think about it. The elder's face suddenly drooped, and he coldly shouted to the young people beside him, "Why haven't you apologized to Brother Long Chun?" The young people were stunned for a while, and they dug their ears fiercely. "Apologize? Brother?" This elder was an 8th grade king stage alchemist, and he actually called Long Chun a brother. Could it be that this man, who was similar in age to Lu Yi, was actually a late grade king stage alchemist? What are you waiting for? Long Chun refined a 6th grade king stage pill a few days ago on the battle stage of the Tombi Gate. If he nourishes it for 3 more days, it will reach the 7th grade king stage. If the few of you can receive his guidance, that would be your good fortune. The elder walked in front of them and released his chi, and the young people suddenly felt a bit of pressure. Their faces suddenly turned pale, and they quickly went to Long Chun and apologized. They regretted it greatly. They never thought that Long Chun was actually a 7th grade king stage alchemist. This kind of alchemy cultivation was already comparable to the cultivation of many elders in the Pill Pavilion. Moreover, it seemed that this elder cared a lot about the so-called receiving array pills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted like this in public. Long Chun stared at the elder for a moment, but he had no intention of entering the inner hall. He only said in a deep voice, "If you have any questions, just say it." The elder's face suddenly lit up, and he quickly said, "Why did the pills break when the formation was being inscribed? Also, the speed at which the formation appears is too slow." It's no different from an ordinary talisman. The attribute of the pill is on the weak side. Try your best to choose a metal or wood attribute pill. The second reason is because its grade is too low. It takes too long to channel your spiritual energy. As for the rest, you can slowly comprehend it yourself. Long Chun casually gave a few words of advice. He was too lazy to say anything more to this person. He turned around and was about to leave. Lu Yi pulled Yin Li and hurriedly followed behind. Behind them, in the pill pavilion, the elder heard Long Chen's words and was silent for a moment before suddenly coming to a realization. Although the words were simple, it would take this person more than a month to figure out by himself. The elder was ecstatic. He turned around and was about to leave, but when he passed by the young men, he suddenly stopped and coldly snorted, "Don't provoke Long Chen again. With this person's talent, I'm afraid he will become an Emperor Stage alchemist in a few years. Even in the ancient desolate land, he could be considered a genius." The young man nodded repeatedly. At this moment, their intestines had already turned green with regret. An Emperor Stage alchemist, less than 20 years old. Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. On the other side, Lu Yi followed behind Long Chun, pulling his sleeve like a kitten that had done something wrong. After walking for a while, Long Chun sighed and said in a deep voice, "This is the only time. There must not be a next time. Otherwise, I won't teach you anything on the path of alchemy." Lu Yi nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking rice. Yinli rolled her eyes at Long Chun. She thought to herself that this guy had clearly forgiven Lu Yi, but he still made it sound so serious. "By the way, have you always been in contact with Yi Hailon?" Long Chun asked Lu Yi. Lu Yi wittily replied, "Although Sister Yi and I haven't seen each other for many years, we have always been in contact. This time, I was originally going to be sent to the Pill Tower's headquarters in the ancient desolate land, but my father repeatedly asked me to be sent to the 5 great sects so that I can learn more about the art of alchemy from Master." Long Chen smiled. He thought to himself that Lu Tsonglan was a scheming old man. He knew that although Lu Yi's talent was enough to enter the ancient desolate land, she would definitely not be valued. However, by following Long Chun, she could learn more, especially the art of alchemy. Originally, Long Chen was quite fond of Lu Yi. Now that he knew that she was Yi Hailon's best friend, he was even more willing to teach her everything. Of course, Long Chen only had a sibling relationship with Lu Yi. He wouldn't have any other thoughts about such an adorable pill fanatic. HM. Just as they were chatting, Long Chun suddenly stopped in his tracks. He immediately said to the two of them, "You two leave first. If you see Hailon, tell her for me that there is still a lower part of the thing on the stone wall." Lu Yi had a puzzled look on her face, but she still agreed. Instead, it was Yin Li who spoke with a teasing tone. "You've only been here for a few days, yet you've already hooked up with the 5 holy maidens. You haven't embarrassed our Blue Dragon Empire." Long Chen looked at Yin Li's teasing expression and couldn't help but smile. He replied, "It's all because Instructor Yin Li taught me well in class. I really miss the days when we lived together in the courtyard." "Screw you. Who lived together with you?" Yin Li's face turned red. She turned around and pulled Lu Yi away. Long Chen shook his head and laughed. After seeing the two of them leave, his expression gradually became serious. He opened his right hand, and a jade slip appeared in his sleeve. "The mission came out so quickly. Let me see which 3 people it is." Long Chen calmly sent his divine sense into the jade slip. A moment later, dragon essence flickered in his hand, and he completely crushed the jade slip. Wanjian Sect's core disciple, Lung Yin, Tongbi Sect's core disciple, Sun Zhe, and Divine Vein Sect's personal disciple, Xue Qian. Long Chen thought, 2 core disciples and 1 personal disciple. According to Long Chen's understanding of the Dark Stars assessment, the difficulty of this test had exceeded the difficulty of the early divine transformation stage. At the very least, a personal disciple shouldn't appear. On the other hand, the jade slip also gave him a very detailed introduction of the 3 people. It also included their cultivation and the reason for the assassination. The 3 people described in the jade slip were all people who had committed all kinds of crimes. They were people who deserved to be killed. For example, the first core disciple of the Wanjian sect, Lung Yin, had secretly gone down the mountain to conceal his identity and massacred several villages in order to cultivate the demented sword intent. Only then did he become a core disciple. The other two people also had their own crimes. Long Chun didn't have any doubts about the Jade Slip. He knew very well about the strictness of the Dark Star organization in his previous life. Chapter 222. The first person was dead. After receiving the mission, Long Chun did not choose to act immediately. Instead, he used 3 days to check the information of the 3 people through various channels using his powerful divine sense. On the other hand, he also gave the drunken immortal to Ao Sancheong. He did not dare to neglect this elder brother of his previous life. In these 3 days, he had taken almost all the pills he had refined a few days ago. There were more than 100 king-grade pills, but his Qi had only condensed less than 1/20th. The vast Qi, coupled with the powerful dragon essence, made his body's desire for spirit power more and more intense. This made Long Chun smile bitterly. This was one of the 5 great sects. If it was in the 9 great empires, even the pill tower of the Black Dragon Empire would not be able to support the frequency of taking pills. These 3 people have been checked. They are indeed people who should be killed. On the other hand, 2 of them are core disciples, and 1 is a direct disciple. They must have a lot of points. If I can get them and exchange them for the 3 spirit herbs from the Spirit Herbs Pavilion, that would be the best. Long Chun secretly thought. However, he also knew that even if he succeeded in assassinating the 3 people, it would definitely cause a little shock in the 5 great sects. Even if he had enough points, he must not use them rashly. He must have a foolproof plan. Night fell. Long Chun changed into a black robe. His face was hidden under a black veil, and only his eyes were exposed. The moment he walked out of the cave, he disappeared into the night. His first target was Magasua of the Divine Vein sect. The disciples of the Divine Vein sect mainly cultivated the power of their bloodline. In terms of strength, they were the least threat to Long Chun. After all, Long Chun had the Heavenly Dragon Vein. As long as he used it properly, he could achieve a one-hit kill. Sneaking into the night, Long Chun suddenly felt like a fish in water, like a traveler in the night. In the night, the face of a middle-aged man in purple changed again and again. The 3 purple star assassins behind him had long been unable to keep up with his speed. Finally, the 4 of them met again in a dark place at the foot of the Divine Vein Sect's mountain. At this moment, the 3 purple star assassins were stunned, their eyes filled with shock. From the 100 Tempering Peak to the Divine Vein Peak, in such a short distance, they had all been shaken off by Long Chun, completely losing track of Long Chun. Lord Purple Star Emissary, this person's usage of spectral shadow has already reached the pinnacle. Is he really not a member of our Dark Star organization? One of them asked in a deep voice. The other 2 also nodded, obviously having a lot of doubts in their hearts. At that time, the 2 of them had been knocked unconscious by Long Chun in the Jungle Mountain Range, which was a great humiliation for the 2 purple star assassins. The purple-clothed, middle-aged man's eyes were like torches, as if he was looking at the Holy Range peak through the night. After a brief moment, he said in a deep voice, "The mission this time is different from the previous one. It's an assassination within the 5 great sections. Even if the 3 of you want to quietly assassinate one of them, it will take a lot of effort. Although he is also proficient in assassination, he may not be able to complete it." As he spoke, his voice gradually became cold. If he doesn't complete the assessment, this person must be eliminated. He knows too much about the assassination of our Dark Star clan. The purple-clothed, middle-aged man's palms were already sweaty. Long Chun's usage of spectral shadow was almost the same as his. If this person couldn't be used by the Dark Star organization, then he must not be allowed to live. On the other hand, the purple-clothed middle-aged man had already begun to investigate Long Chun's background. Once there was a problem, whether or not Long Chun passed the assessment, he would find a way to kill Long Chun. This move was not targeted at Long Chun, but was the rule of the Dark Star organization. If an outsider wanted to enter the Dark Star organization, there were 2 strict rules. If he failed the assessment, he would be killed. If his identity was unknown, he would be killed. On the other side, Long Chun had already sneaked into the Divine Vein Peak. He was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth among the shadows. Gradually, he moved toward the group of caves on the 53rd floor. In the past few days, he had already inquired about the locations of the 3 caves. The darkness of the night was the best protection for an assassin. From a distance of 100 meters, Long Chun found a place to hide. Then, he used his divine thought to observe every movement in the cave. Time passed by minute. After 4 hours, the cave opened for the first time. A man with disheveled hair and a face like a tiger's walked out. Long Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. This person was Magasawa. Although this person was a disciple of one of the 5 great sects, he was actually the second in command of a bandit gang. This gang of bandits wandered around the borders of the 9 great empires and the ancient desolate land, committing all kinds of crimes. Moreover, this person was different from the other 2. He was also one of the Dark Star organization's missions, and the difficulty was 3 stars. If this person's background is correct, I'm afraid he must have a lot of points. Long Chun thought to himself. A cold wind blew past, and a part of the shadow on the side of the rock disappeared without anyone noticing. A cool breeze brushed past. Seeing that the cave's door was about to close, a cold wind poured into the cave and swept out again, causing the lights inside to dim for a moment. The cave's huge rock fell. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. Magasawa was holding a rouged woman with a bright future in his arms. He laughed wildly as he strode toward the cave. However, the moment the cave's door opened, a strong light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Immediately after, an extremely strong wind appeared in front of his chest. Buzz! Magasawa's hair stood on end for a moment. He didn't expect that someone would attack him from inside his cave, but his reaction was extremely fast. Dark yellow fur instantly covered his whole body. At the critical moment, he threw out a punch. A huge force that made him tremble in fear came, and his entire body was thrown out. In the process of being thrown out, he wanted to open his eyes to see who could resist his mountain-shattering tiger bloodline head-on. However, at this moment, he found that there was only a cold light in his eyes. Immediately after, they turned blood red. The moment he landed, a cold light flashed on his hands and waist. His storage ring and waist token both disappeared. Inside the cave, flames flickered, but the cold wind came suddenly. Everything happened too fast. The woman who was thrown out had just stood up from the ground when she saw Magasawa lying on the ground with a hole in his eye socket. A sharp scream resounded throughout the entire 53rd level of the Divine Vein sect. Soon, the figures of the Divine Vein sect's elders rushed over from all directions. Long Chun gradually left the Divine Vein peak under their noses. In fact, this was also the reason why Long Chun was somewhat confident in the assessment mission, because his divine consciousness was enough to block others probing. Even the divine consciousness of a powerhouse of the Tao integration stage, or even higher, would not be able to discover his traces. When the Divine Vein sect became noisy, the purple-robed, middle-aged man and the other 3 Purple Star cultivators' expressions changed. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The first target had been killed before the first half of the night. Chapter 2:23. Mission upgrade. Seeing more and more elders appear in the Divine Vein sect, the purple-robed envoy hurriedly led the 3 Purple Star assassins away from the Divine Vein peak. Sir Envoy, could this person have been killed by Zhang Dan? Otherwise, how could he have killed a bloodline return to origin stage core disciple in such a short time? One of them said in a deep voice. The purple-robed envoy did not speak. After a long while, he frowned and said solemnly, killing this person is not the difficulty of this assessment mission. Instead, we have to go deep into the 53rd floor of the Divine Vein peak, kill a core disciple, and then retreat unscathed. If he can retreat unscathed in a few days, the first assassination mission will be considered completed. The people behind him nodded. Assassinating a core disciple was not difficult. Even though Long Chun was fast, it was very likely that his whereabouts would be exposed. Whether this mission could be completed was still unknown. However, they did not know that Long Chun had already left the Divine Vein sect and was on his way to the Tongbai sect. The Tongbai sect's Xue Qian was different from the other 2. She was a direct disciple, which proved that her strength had probably reached the late origin stage. If Long Chun fought someone of this level head-on, it would be difficult for him to kill her even if he used a secret technique. However, if he used the Tao of assassination, it was not impossible. However, everyone knew at this moment that in the face of such an assassination, if they were not careful, only death would await them. There was no second chance. Long Chun left the third assassination target for last, because that person was a disciple of the Wanjian sect. Among the 5 great sects, the Wanjian sect was undoubtedly the strongest. Although the assassination target was only a core disciple, Long Chun still chose to act last. Xueqian, a direct disciple of the Tongbai sect. Although her appearance was outstanding, she had a vicious heart. For unknown reasons, she once poisoned a female disciple of the Wanjian sect. However, for some reason, this matter was covered up by the Tongbai sect, and this person did not receive any punishment. This time, Long Chun did not act immediately. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill with one blow. However, he waited for 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, Long Chun made his move on the 3rd night. Xueqian died naked in a pool of clear spring behind Tongbai Man. Her blood gradually dyed the spring red. The sword pierced through his heart without any resistance. In fact, he didn't even have time to wait for his death. This assassination was even cleaner than Magasawa's. However, Long Chun had spent close to 3 days to do so. These days of concealment and observation allowed him to discover Xueqian's habit. Every night, before returning to the cave to cultivate, she would head to the back mountain to bathe in the clear spring. And the best time to kill a woman was undoubtedly the moment when all her clothes were about to be taken off. Long Chun thought to himself that the difficulty of this assessment mission was on the high side. If it had been another person, it would have taken at least a month or more to complete. In fact, even if he was so proficient in the art of assassination, he wouldn't dare to say that he could complete the mission of assassinating 3 people in a month. Of course, with the sovereign's divine will, everything was a different story. Because of his powerful divine will, coupled with his art of assassination, he could enter and exit the 5 major sects as if there was no one there. After the death of the 2 people, Long Chun didn't continue to assassinate the 3rd person. At this moment, Tongbai sect would soon fall into chaos like Holy Pulse sect. At this time, all of the 5 major sects would be extremely vigilant. It would be risky to assassinate a disciple of Wanjian sect. However, Long Chun had already decided on the time of the next assassination. It would be the first night after the 2 major sects calmed down. Everyone would be most relaxed. That would be the best time for him to assassinate the 3rd person. Long Chun returned to the cave as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Until the next morning, the 100 Smelting sect and the other 4 major sects were in a state of panic. The higher-ups of the 100 Smelting sect directly left the sect and went to the Wanjian sect. At the same time, the other 3 sects did the same. Wanjian sect, the peak of the mountain. The sect masters and hundreds of elders of the major sects gathered. The faces of the 5 sect masters were somewhat gloomy. However, the core of their discussion wasn't the 2 people who had died. In fact, they didn't care about the 2 people who had died at all. What they cared about was the hidden news brought by the 2 corpses. That was the #1 assassin organization in the ancient Barrenland had finally included the 5 major sects in their assassination scope. On the other side, Long Chun also received another piece of news that surprised him. That was the relationship between Xueqian and Lianchang of the Wanjian sect. After Xueqian's death, the #1 genius disciple of the Wanjian sect, Lianchang, actually went to Tongbai sect many times and finally took her corpse away. In this way, Long Chun figured out why the 5 major sects turned a blind eye to Xueqian's grave mistake. It was because of Lianchang. As the most talented disciple of the Wanjian sect, Lianchang was equivalent to the #1 person of the younger generation of the 5 major sections. His influence was almost no less than that of the elders of the major sections. The higher-ups of the 5 major sects and the Wanjian sect's peak gathered for a full day, but there seemed to be no reaction at all. Even the deaths of the two people were left unsettled. After their deaths, there was no intention to investigate. This was something that Long Chun didn't expect. The speed at which things were calmed down exceeded his expectations. Therefore, he chose to take action again and complete the third assassination. On the sixth day after killing Xue Qian, Long Chun turned into a ghost in the night. Today, the major sect's defenses were relaxed for the first time. However, this time, the middle-aged man in purple and the other 3 Purple Star assassins directly blocked Long Chun. The few of them were like shadows that blended into the darkness of the night. When they appeared again, they were already outside the 5 major sections. You've passed the test, but I have an even higher challenge for you. Of course, whether you accept it or not is up to you. If you agree, from today onwards, you will be the Purple Star emissary of the Dark Star organization. The man in purple's words made Long Chun's eyes light up. If he could really become the Purple Star emissary, it would save him a lot of trouble. At the very least, he wouldn't have to listen to the orders of the higher-ups to personally carry out assassinations. Moreover, he could have his own assassination team. Speak, what is it? Long Chun asked without hiding anything. Increase the number of assassinations from 3 to 10. As for the benefits, as long as you complete the mission, you will become the Purple Star emissary of the Dark Star organization. Moreover, if you can complete it within half a year, the organization will give you a Fire Phoenix 7 sections grass as a reward. Chapter 2:24. An impossible mission expelled from the Dark Star? Long Chun understood that once he entered the Dark Star and was expelled, it meant death, and the people on the list were not easy to assassinate. However, he had high expectations for the Fire Phoenix 7 sections grass. This item might be able to increase his cultivation before he entered the Fire Seed Mystic Realm. On the other hand, Long Chun was also a little curious. Which 7 people could make the Dark Star directly give him the position of Purple Star emissary? However, Long Chun soon found out the reason. The 10 people on the list were all direct disciples of the various sects. 7 direct disciples. Long Chun smiled faintly. This mission would be difficult for any Purple Star emissary to complete in a short period of time, but for Long Chun, it was not impossible. Moreover, he might not even need to use the assassination team. Seeing that Long Chun had agreed, the middle-aged man in purple and the 3 other Purple Star emissaries turned to leave, but Long Chun called out to them. Long Chun was silent for a moment, as if he had made a decision, and suddenly asked the middle-aged man, "Is the Fire Phoenix 7 sections grass in your hands?" The middle-aged man's face suddenly sank, and he said, "So what if it is in my hands?" A wisp of a smile flashed on the corners of Long Chun's mouth as he replied, "Hand it over to me, and I'll kill these 7 people today." The 4 of them were stunned when they heard this. The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, "Do you know what kind of stupid thing you are saying? You want to kill 7 direct disciples in a day, and they are all from different sects." Long Chun glanced at the 5 great sects from afar and said in a deep voice, "Yes, today. After today, it will take at least half a year or more to kill them. Give me the Fire Phoenix 7 sections grass, and as soon as you hear the news, leave the 5 great sects immediately." Seeing Long Chun's confident look, the 4 people present looked at each other as if they were looking an idiot. These were 7 personal disciples, and each of them was at the Return to Void final stage or even the Return to Void pinnacle stage. It was impossible for them to assassinate so many people in a single day without being discovered by the 5 great sects. Long Chun stared at the middle-aged man and said, "You have 2 choices now. First, give me the elixir and wait for the mission to be completed. Second, take the spiritual herbs in your hands and leave now. I can only wait for half a year or even longer to hand in the mission." The middle-aged man's eyes were like torches as he stared at Long Chun. After a long while, he said in a cold voice, "I can give you this item. However, I must tell you one thing. It has never been easy to obtain items from Dark Star. If you dare to speak nonsense today and think of hiding within the 5 great sects, then what awaits you will be a calamity. including your everything. Longshan acted as if he didn't hear anything. He took the Fire Phoenix 7-section grass and said, "You can go further away. Today is destined to be a sleepless night for the 5 great factions. If you get caught, don't blame it on me." After saying that, Long Chen's figure disappeared into the night. "Boss, do you really believe that he can kill 7 personal disciples tonight?" One of them couldn't help but ask. Another purple star spat at this moment and said, "This person's first 2 assassinations were clean and neat. However, now that things have just calmed down, he actually wants to kill 7 personal disciples in a single day. This is simply a fool's dream." The middle-aged man frowned as if he was thinking about something. He said in a deep voice, "This person doesn't seem like a foolish person, so I plan to make an exception and promote him. However, now it seems that this person is still too young and arrogant. However, he can be considered a very talented assassin." After 2 days of vigilance by the 5 great sects, today could be said to be a turning point for the 5 great sects from a tense state to a normal state. This is also the reason why he wants to make a move today. The 3 of them were silent for a moment. They also understood something and nodded. However, they still shook their heads immediately. One of them said, "But his original target was only 1 person from the Wanjian sect. Now, including this person, there are a total of 8 people. It's impossible to kill 8 people in a single night. Even if based on the previous 2 times, he has the strength to assassinate personal disciples. However, if he wants to go back and forth between the 5 great sects' mountain peaks to assassinate 8 people in a single night, it's tantamount to suicide." The middle-aged man was speechless for a moment. As this person said, once people successively died from the assassination technique in a single night, the 5 great sects would certainly seal off all the mountain peaks. At that moment, even if Long Chun could fly, it would be impossible for him to leave quietly. However, no matter how everyone discussed, Long Chun was already on the road of assassination at this moment. Long Chun looked at the list in his hand. It listed the detailed information of everyone. These people were all people who should be killed. None of them were kind people. 3 from the Wanjian sect, 1 from the Tongbi sect, 3 from the Divine Pulse sect, and 1 for the 100 Smelting sect. Long Chun muttered to himself. There were a total of 8 people. 7 of them were personal disciples who were added to the list. One of them was the core disciple of the Wanjian sect, Lung Yin, who was already there. The night was dark. Long Chun had already determined the order of the targets. The first was the 100 Smelting sect, the second was the Tongbi sect, the third was the Divine Pulse sect, and the fourth was the Wanjian sect. He wanted to kill all 8 of them in a single night. Under the heavens, the personal disciples of the 100 Smelting sect's alchemy branch 4 special disciples to make a living by breaking down a large number of pills and then turning them into poisonous pills. They used the poisonous pills at the border between the ancient desolate land and the 5 great sects to assassinate traveling merchants and people of the ancients who were not strong. There were countless of them. Located on the 49th floor of the 100 Smelting Peak, a group of caves. Long Chun sneered. It turned out that there was such a person behind the group of people who wanted to make a deal with him outside the Elixir Pavilion that day. When Long Chun saw this list, he gradually guessed why he had entered the Dark Star organization so smoothly this time, and even directly obtained the position of the Purple Star emissary. On one hand, the strength that he had displayed in the previous 2 assassinations was one. On the other hand, the Dark Star organization had long wanted to reach out to the 5 great sections. The people on the list were probably already on the Dark Star organization's bounty list. On one hand, Long Chun relied on his superb body movement and concealment techniques to pass through the corners of the mountain stairs. On the other hand, he used his divine sense to shield himself from the probing from time to time. It had to be said that the vigilance of the various sects today was far less than a few days ago. At least, the number of patrolling elders had decreased by a lot. It had basically returned to normal. When he reached the 49th floor of the 100 Smelting Peak, Long Chun began to wait. The night was still long. He was not in a hurry, as if everything was already planned. For hours later, following the shout of a patrolling elder of the 100 Smelting sect, The entire 5 great sects completely lost their peace tonight. At this moment, Long Chun had already left the 100 Smelting Sect and was lurking outside the cave group on the 63rd floor of the Tongbai sect. In fact, Chi Tian had already died 2 hours ago. Seeing that the 100 Smelting Sect was brightly lit and a red pill appeared in Long Chen's right hand, he knew that the time to make a move had come. When the corpse of the 100 Smelting Sect was discovered, it was the best time to assassinate the disciples of the Tongbai sect. At the foot of the mountain outside the 5 great sects, the 4 people from the Dark Star organization were shocked. They immediately turned around and tried their best to stay away from the 5 great sections. Chapter 225. A fine stroke of luck. Many elders of the 100 Smelting Sect were mobilized, and there were even Tao integration stage super mighty figures standing in mid-air. The news of the assassin's appearance immediately spread throughout the 5 major sections. The higher-ups of the major sects all rushed towards the 100 Smelting Clan. In less than 10 breaths, the 100 Smelting Clan was completely sealed off. However, who would have thought that Chi Tianxia had actually died 2 hours ago? It was just that his corpse had been sealed by Long Chen's array. At this moment, the pro-disciple from the Tongbi door heard the noise outside. The moment he walked out of the cave, he was greeted by a cold light. A pair of gold-threaded gloves appeared on his hands in an instant, and he moved forward to block the attack. However, his hands had been cut in half, and his king-grade gloves made of profound gold had been torn apart. His eyes were filled with shock, and a line of blood slowly appeared on his neck. So fast, blood continued to gush out of his mouth, and his voice came to an abrupt stop. His eyes were filled with shock, but there was only a slight vibration in the air in front of him, and there was no one else. 100 meters away, someone immediately noticed the abnormality. But when they arrived, they felt cold sweat all over their bodies and a chill rising from their scalps. This was a direct disciple. A single sword strike to the throat, shattering his weapon. Hurry up and inform the sect master that the assassin is in our Tongbi sect. An elder immediately shouted. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense. However, the powerful ones were like clay oxen entering the sea, and were forcefully forced back to within 30 meters. Long Chen's speed was extremely fast. His entire body passed through the precipitous rock wall in a straight line, avoiding everyone's line of sight. His face was strangely red, and even his skin was faintly steaming. Under his feet, ripples of chi followed each step he took, allowing him to walk on the rugged and nearly perfectly straight rock wall, as if he was walking on flat ground. He had to act quickly. Once a Tao integration stage super mighty figure appeared, the mountain face would no longer be the safest path. For this reason, he even took the flaming chi explosion pill. With this pill, his cultivation soared to the middle stage of the deity transformation realm. The dragon essence in his body spread throughout his body at an extremely terrifying speed. He knew that today's most difficult hurdle was the Wanjian sect, and also the last 3 people he had to kill. Long Chun passed through the barrier of the mountain range. Like a black shadow, he flitted across the precipitous rock wall and rushed directly to the Divine Vein sect. For the first time, he spread out his divine sense to its maximum. At this moment, the Divine Mountain Range was already in a mess. Some people had even started to activate the Great Protective Array around the sect. He had to leave the Divine Vein Gate before the array closed. In the Divine Vein sect, he had 3 pro-disciples to kill. Although the status of these 3 people was similar, and their residences were not far from each other, they had nothing to do with each other. In the current chaotic situation, they might have already left the cave residence long ago. When Long Chun reached the middle of the mountain wall, his expression suddenly darkened as he sensed 2 extremely powerful impacts with his divine will. This was a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure. However, compared to Long Chen's emotions, the sunken eyes of the 2 Tao integration stage mighty figures were filled with astonishment. As Tao integration stage mighty figures, Their divine spirits were extremely condensed, and their divine intents were even more substantial. Even if their bodies were destroyed, they could still exist in this world. However, their divine will have been forcefully suppressed. For a moment, the two of them actually didn't dare to make the slightest movement. Who the hell is this person? Could it be that the Dark Star organization has sent a Tao integration stage super mighty Bloodstar assassin? A hint of fear flashed across the sunken eyes of the Tao integration stage super mighty figure. However, Long Chen's divine will soon sweep past them. Finally, after more than 100 breaths, Long Chen found traces of 3 people on the 77th level of the cave residence. However, after observing the current state of these 3 people through his divine will, Long Chen's expression became a little strange. This was because these 3 people were fighting and the cave residence's gate was tightly shut. The owner of this cave residence was also one of his targets, Zhang Sha. Hand over the Essence Ocean pill, and I'll leave your corpse intact today. According to Long Chen's divine will, 2 of the 3 people who were originally unrelated to each other were actually working together to kill the owner of this cave residence, Zhang Sha. The name of the Essence Ocean pill caused Long Chen's eyes to flicker with excitement. This pill was actually able to cause 3 return to Void Stage personal disciples to fight within the sect. Its rank had to be extremely high. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Long Chen had never thought that he would be so lucky today. Now that he had found the location of these 3 people, he was no longer in a hurry. Based on his understanding of the sect protecting formation, he still needed at least an hour. An hour was originally the time he had planned to assassinate these 3 people. Now that the 3 of them were in the same cave residence and were even fighting, an hour was more than enough. What he needed to do now was to conserve his energy and prepare for the final trip to the Wanjian sect. In Long Chen's opinion, the assassination of the Wanjian sect was the most difficult part of this trip. Long Chen used his divine will to look through the thick stone wall of the cave residence. Zhang Sha and the cave residence had already been killed by the joint attack of the 2 people. There are a total of 3 Essence Ocean pills. And I know what happened today. Zhang Sha was also killed by that person. It has nothing to do with the 2 of us. When a man in black saw Zhang Sha's corpse, he quickly cut open his throat. Long Chen, who was outside the door, sneered. He didn't expect that these 2 people actually intended to push the blame of the murder onto him. That was why they killed him and robbed him in the sect. The other person heard this and said in a deep voice, "You and I are all neighbors and from the same sect. It's Zhang Sha's fault for showing off to us every day when he had 3 Essence Ocean pills. He didn't exchange them at any price. There are a total of 3 Essence Ocean pills. Since this person was killed by you last, you can have these 2. I'll take 1 and leave immediately after leaving the cave residence." The man handed 2 Azure Essence Ocean pills to the disciple near the entrance of the cave residence and motioned for him to leave quickly. The man was overjoyed when he took the pills and subconsciously put them away. However, the moment he put away the pills, the other person suddenly attacked and killed him with a sword. Seeing this scene through his divine will, Long Chen couldn't help but shake his head. These 2 guys were similar in strength, but the moment the man took the pills, he was doomed to die. He even secretly thought that this vicious and merciless person had some talent as an assassin. His mentor had used this opportunity very cleverly. "The 3 Essence Ocean pills are all mine." The man laughed and opened the cave residence's entrance formation so that he could escape. At this moment, Long Chen had already moved. The man was killed by Long Chen almost as soon as he went out of the door. There was almost no resistance. However, the man's eyes were full of disbelief. He never thought that the assassin he was going to push the blame to today would actually appear in front of him. After killing this person, Long Chen took his waste token and the storage ring as well. Then, he quickly rushed out of the sect's formation that was about to open. Looking at the storage ring in his hand and the waste token, Long Chen shook his head and laughed. It was a bit difficult to kill 3 people in the Tongbi sect, but he didn't expect it to be the easiest. The man was almost immersed in the joy of getting the Essence Ocean pills. Taking a deep breath, Long Chun didn't enter the Wanjian sect immediately. Chapter 226. Goodbye, my lady. The 5 great sects lit up the sky in an instant. Almost all of the Tao integration stage powerful beings from the various sects had appeared, and the sect-protecting spell formations had also been activated. The faces of the various sect leaders were also very ugly. At this moment, the 5 major sects had fallen into quite a bit of chaos. Only the Godly Knife sect had not been assassinated, but the sect-protecting array was still activated. In the distance, on a mountain peak thousands of meters away, the purple-clothed emissary of Darkstar and 2 Purple Star assassins looked at each other in shock when they saw this scene. They never thought that Long Chun would actually cause such a ruckus in the 5 great sects overnight. Not long after, a Purple Star cultivator came up from below and quickly said, "The casualty list is out. 3 people from the Tongbi sect died, 1 each from the Divine Vein sect, and the 100 Smelting sect died, and no one from the Wanjian sect died." The middle-aged man in purple looked at the dazzling array on the 5 mountains, and his face sank. He snorted coldly and said, "So this person has failed. Now that the arrays of all the sects have been activated, even if I go in, I won't be able to come out." The other 3 Purple Star assassins shook their heads and sneered. Although this person has some strength, he is too bold and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'm afraid that he is now trapped in the Wanjian sect. If he can find a way to get rid of the suspicion, that would be fine, but otherwise, only death awaits him. Now that the formation has been open for more than 4 hours, he still hasn't returned to the 100 Smelting sect. I'm afraid that he's most likely trapped in the Wanjian sect and will most likely die. They gazed into the distance at the Wanjian sect's brilliant array formation. They shook their heads and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, they discovered that the sect masters of the 5 major sects had all taken to the air and were rapidly descending towards the Wanjian sect. At the same time, the lights of the entire Myriad Swords sect began to move rapidly. The purple-robed, middle-aged man suddenly frowned. He secretly wondered why the Wanjian sect seemed to have fallen into chaos again when the sect protection array had been activated. This guy won't attack again, right? Does he really not want to live? Huang Qingshan's expression changed drastically. He had been a Purple Star emissary for many years and had never encountered such a situation before. It was supposed to be a mid to long-term mission, but Long Chun had abruptly shortened the time limit to 1 night. At this moment, the 5 great sects had activated their spirit arrays. If he had hidden himself well, he might have had a chance to survive. But now, he had made his move again. 4 hours after the formation of the Wanjian sect was activated, the Wanjian sect fell into chaos again. Just as everyone was gathering at the peak to pay their respects to the sect master, 2 of his personal disciples had their hearts pierced through by a dagger. There was also a core disciple who had his throat slit 1,000 meters away from a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure. For a moment, the entire Wanjian sect was shrouded in a haze. The moment the formation was activated, 3 disciples were actually killed in front of everyone's eyes. Long Chun had already taken off his black clothes and was wearing the uniform of a disciple of the Wanjian sect. His face had also changed greatly. His aura was getting weaker and weaker, and his breathing was getting more and more rapid. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Compared to a one-on-one assassination, an assassination in a crowded crowd was more of a test of one's ability to disguise oneself. Long Chun knew that such a disguise had to be removed. This was because the Wanjian sect would soon thoroughly investigate everyone in the sect. Once he was discovered, only death would await him. At this moment, not only had he taken an elixir that could temporarily increase his cultivation level, but he had also activated a secret technique in order to ensure that he could kill the last person who had escaped. However, he had no intention of leaving the Wanjian sect. His target was Yi Hailon. This was also the reason why he had only entered the Wanjian sect after the formation was activated. It was also an extremely important reason why he had been able to assassinate two of his personal disciples and a core disciple of the Wanjian sect. When the formation was activated, all the Dao integration stage super mighty figures had come out. However, who would have thought that Long Chun would attack again after only 4 hours? The few personal disciples who had been on high alert did not even think that someone would suddenly appear in the crowd and attack them. One person died, and the other who had just been watching died immediately after. Using an elixir and a secret technique to kill 3 people seemed like a daunting experience, but in reality, every step had been carefully thought out. Whether it was the order or the timing of the assassination, it was extremely exquisite. Long Chun did not walk on the precipice, nor did he wear a black robe. His aura was also very calm. When he blended into the crowd, there was even a hint of fear on his face. He asked the person beside him about the assassin. All of this was the way of an assassin. Long Chun had long been familiar with this way. In his previous life, he had entered the ancient barren land from the 5 major sections. He had used this way of an assassin to travel among countless big clans with ancient bloodlines, causing many forces to fear him. Long Chun arrived at the back mountain of the Wanjian sect. At this moment, his face was slightly pale. The helplessness from using the secret technique and elixir was slowly eroding his entire body. He walked in a straight line through several small paths, followed a small stream, and arrived at a purple-striped bamboo pavilion filled with orchids. The fragrance of the flowers wafted into his face and refreshed his mind. He was all too familiar with the Wanjian sect, and he was even more familiar with the purple-striped bamboo pavilion in front of him. In his previous life, when he left the 5 major sects, he bid farewell to Yi Hailon here and rejected Yi Hailon's intentions. And that sigh became an eternal farewell. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs caused Long Chun's face to turn even paler. When he thought about how Yi Hailon was called the red spider lily of the 5 major sects in his previous life, he could not help but feel a sense of pain in his heart. When the 7 ultimate body was activated, he slaughtered the Li family and was killed. What kind of despair was that? Creak. A light blue veil floated out. Her slender fingers pushed open the purple and green door. The clear stream was not too deep. Orchids were everywhere, and the fragrance of bamboo filled the air. However, such a beautiful scene was overshadowed by the woman's appearance. It was as if she had walked out of a painting. She had an aura that prevented strangers from getting close to her. She was the saintess of a sect, a fairy that had been banished to the mortal world. Long Chun had already removed his disguise. His clothes were clean and tidy. The moment he saw Yi Hailon, a rare smile appeared on his pale face. No matter when, he had never smiled so sincerely. Perhaps in both his previous and current lives, he had a cold smile on his face most of the time because his heart was not warm. It's you? Why are you in the Wanjian sect? And how do you know where I live? Yi Hailon frowned slightly. He seemed to be a little uncomfortable with Long Chun's clear gaze. It's nothing. I killed a few people who deserved to be killed. I casually went down the stream and ended up here. I wonder if the stone wall is still useful. Long Chun shook his head and smiled. Yi Hailon's unapproachable tone was both strange and familiar to him. Yi Hailon stood on top of the bamboo building and looked down at Long Chun. He said that you told him that there was still a second half of the content on the stone wall. Is that true? She seemed to be uninterested in the murder that Long Chun mentioned. She was more interested in the content on the stone wall. Of course it's true. Long Chun did not stand on ceremony. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the bamboo platform. His movements were habitual and natural. He subconsciously took off his boots. Even though he was weak, he still dispersed the dragon chi all over his body to get rid of the dust around him. He knew that this was the rule for entering the bamboo building. Chapter 227. Sword Conference. After sealing off the Wanjian sect's formation, 3 of its members were killed. This caused everyone in the Wanjian sect to gather on the mountain peak in a state of panic. On the mountain peak, everyone was on high alert and distanced themselves from the people around them. There were even people who were familiar with each other who stood back to back. At that time, Wan Yong was standing beside me. When the 2 of us heard Ho Feng scream, he was already dead. However, when I took a few steps forward, Wyrm collapsed in a pool of blood. This assassin is like a ghost. There were Dao integration stage cultivators on the mountain peak. Their divine senses covered the entire mountain peak, but Lung Yin was still killed in a single blow. The sect's formation hasn't been opened yet. That assassin must still be in the sect. What if he attacks again? The Wanjian sect leader and many of the elders wore uncertain expressions. No one expected that 3 members of the Wanjian sect would be assassinated after sealing off the sect. Just as everyone had said, the assassin was still in the Wanjian sect. The Wanjian sect leader said in a low voice, "Investigate the entire Wanjian sect. Everyone must stay in their cave abodes and wait for investigation. Record everyone's names. I don't care if this assassin is from the Dark Star organization. Dig him out." Everyone in the Wanjian sect felt insecure. No one even dared to walk alone. They all gathered in groups and headed to their respective cave abodes. The assassin who had assassinated the 5 sects these days gradually gained a new nickname from the rumors, Spectre. They came and went without a trace. They killed without leaving a trace. They were known as Spectres. Who would have thought that Long Chun would actually be in the Wanjian sect, in the residence of Yi Hailon, the holy maiden of the 5 sects? The fragrance of tea permeated the air. The purple bamboo pavilion was quite charming. Yi Hailon stared at Long Chun. His long sleeves fluttered in the wind as clear water from the tea party poured into a teacup. He pushed the teacup in front of Long Chun and frowned slightly. "Are you saying that you were the one who killed the people from the 5 major sects?" Yi Hailon's words carried a hint of suspicion. This was understandable. After all, Long Chun was only at the early divine transformation stage. Although he had defeated Zhang Yishan, who was at the return to void stage, on the Tombi Gate battle stage, he had relied on formations and not actual combat strength. As for the assassins who had thrown the 5 great sects into chaos these past few days, almost all of them had been personal disciples. She had even heard that 3 disciples of the Wanjian sect had died unnatural deaths in front of everyone when she had sent away the 2 maids who had delivered the meal. Long Chun saw Yi Hailon's suspicion, but did not explain. He only said indifferently, "Wan Yong, Ho Feng, and Lung Yin. Have you heard of these 3 people? They are all disciples of the Wanjian sect." Yi Hailon frowned slightly when she heard the names of these 3 people. She said in a low voice, "These 3 people are definitely not good people, especially Lung Yin. It is said that his manic sword intent was cultivated by killing countless people. It is a pity that the entire village turned into a huge fire and completely disappeared. This matter was left unsettled. The other 2 people are probably the same. You're not just saying that they should be killed. However, aren't you afraid that I will spread the news that you are here? If that happens, no one will be able to protect you?" Yi Hailon's beautiful face revealed a mischievous smile. Long Chun stared into Yi Hailon's eyes and replied with a smile, "Would you send me, a person who should not be killed, to death for a few people who should be killed?" He knew Yi Hailon very well. Since he dared to come here directly and told her about this matter, he had absolute confidence that she would not report it to the Wanjian sect. Yi Hailon did not have much of a sense of belonging to the 5 great sects, and did not care much about those who should be killed. This was why she and Long Chun had similar personalities. As expected, Yi Hailon did not answer. Instead, she changed the topic and asked, "Where is the second half of the stone wall?" "It is in the Fire Seed secret realm. I can help you obtain it." Long Chen's words stunned Yi Hailon. She said in a low voice, "Didn't I tell you not to participate in the Fire Seed secret realm? Once you enter, you will definitely die if you encounter the Zhu Wuqing." Long Chen smiled and said, "It's not time yet. How do you know that I will be the one to die and not him?" Long Chen did not wait for Yi Hailon's reply. He reached out and removed the waste token from his waist. It contained the points of the personal disciples he killed. These points were enough to exchange for the 3 stalks of elixirs. This was another reason why he came here. Although he killed a few personal disciples, the loss of their waste tokens would naturally attract attention. There were only a few people in the 5 great sects who could use such a large amount of points without arousing suspicion. That was the holy maiden of the 5 great sects, Yi Hailon, and a few other disciples of the 5 great sections. Only the holy maiden of the 5 great sects, Yi Hailon, could obtain elixirs from other sections. There are 3 elixirs in the 100 Smelting Sects Elixir Pavilion. I hope you can help me obtain them. These 3 items are very important to me. Long Chun said to Yi Hailon. Yi Hailon stared at the waist token in Long Chen's hand. After a while, she took it and transferred all the points to the jade token on her waist. She then said in a low voice, "I helped you this time. Take it as a gift from you for telling me about the stone wall. After today, we don't owe each other anything." Long Chun smiled and nodded. He did not mind. The 2 of them would meet again in the Fire Seed Secret Realm. The Fire Seed Secret Realm was an opportunity for the disciples of the 5 great sections. It was even more so for Long Chun. Among them, Long Chun was determined to obtain the Fire Attribute Spiritual Vein. You can stay in the side hall of the Purple Bamboo House. You can leave whenever you want. Yi Hailon said indifferently. She then walked up to the 2nd floor of the Bamboo House. Long Chun stayed in the Holy Maiden of the 5 great sects, Yi Hailon's Purple Bamboo House. If others knew that a man was staying here, the entire 5 great sects would be in an uproar. Even Yi Hailon's 2 personal maids had never stayed in this Purple Bamboo House for a single night. Yi Hailon allowed Long Chun to stay because she wanted to repay him for helping her find the stone wall. However, she did not realize that she was not against Long Chun staying in the Purple Bamboo House. She was a clean person. Long Chun's every move in and out of the Purple Bamboo House was very natural. After a thorough investigation by the Wanjian sect, everyone on the mountain was recorded. However, nothing out of the ordinary was found. In the following half a month, the sect spell formation was not activated. Every day, there were several times more elders patrolling the area. Occasionally, there would even be Dao integration stage cultivators passing by. Long Chun had been staying in the Purple Bamboo House for the past few days. Who would have thought that he was only 1 floor away from the Holy Maiden of the 5 great sects, Yi Hailon? During this time, Long Chun did not consume the Essence Ocean Pill or the Fire Phoenix 7 Joints Grass to break through. Instead, he used this half a month to remove all the side effects from using the secret technique and the pill. At this moment, as long as the sect's spell formation was activated, Long Chun would be able to leave easily. Early in the morning, a gentle breeze blew past. Long Chun walked out of the door. Yi Hailon's veil was like a rainbow, and her hair was like a waterfall. She waved the sword in her hand like a fairy dancing. This is the fairy's green rainbow sword. She dances like a fairy, and her sword is like the green rainbow galaxy. Long Chun smiled. He felt a sense of familiarity. In his previous life, he had sparred with Yi Hailon in the Purple Bamboo House. Chapter 228. Qianju Body, 7-Ju Body inside the Purple Bamboo Pavilion. They were together day and night. For half a month, the 2 of them barely spoke. Yi Hailon was not a familiar person. In fact, she was even a little cold. If not for Lu Yi and the stone wall, she would not have asked Long Chun to stay. Today, Long Chun evaluated Yi Hailon's swordsmanship for the first time. The Heavenly Maiden's green rainbow sword is graceful and agile. It's gorgeous and full of killing intent. You've already cultivated it to perfection. With your cultivation and physique, I'm afraid you won't lose out to those disciples who call themselves monsters. Long Chun replied with a slight smile. Yi Hailon was shocked. Long Chun's words were the core concept of the Heavenly Maiden's green rainbow sword. It was clear that he was not someone who spoke without thinking. Long Chun suddenly changed the topic and lowered his voice. However, this swordsmanship is not suitable for you to continue cultivating. You're still unable to comprehend the ethereal sword essence within it. Long Chun's following words made Yi Hailon's expression change. He said in a low voice, "How do you know that I'm unable to comprehend the ethereal sword essence?" Long Chun shook his head and replied, "Because you have the Qianju body. This body is also known as the 7-Ju body. If you have the 7-Ju body, you'll be able to destroy everything How you know that I have the Qianju body? Yi Halen's fingers were already tightly gripping the scabbard. The Qianju body, the Sevenju body, was able to destroy everything. This was the reason why she was the holy maiden of the five sects. Even in the entire five great sects, only the sect leaders knew about this. In fact, this was also the reason why she was so interested in the stone wall. It was because the stone wall actually recorded the events of the holy maidens of the five great sects activating the 1,000-severing physique. It even vaguely pointed out how to suppress the Qianju body in the latter half. The Qianju body allowed her to cultivate at an unimaginable speed. It also gave her an extraordinary temperament. It was rumored that as long as she completely awakened the Qianju body and ushered in the Sevenju body, she would be able to soar to the sky. She would become the strongest power of the five sects. The 1,000-severing physique, the 7 severing physiques, and the holy maiden of the sect. Long Chun shook his head and didn't say anything. He didn't want to explain. He just said, the misty sword intent and the 1,000 extreme bodies' origin restrict each other. If you force yourself to comprehend it, there will be no harm. It will even accelerate the formation of your 7 extreme bodies. I don't care. After listening to Long Chen's words, Yi Hailon turned around and walked towards the 2-story bamboo building without replying. But Long Chen and 6 Ju and 5 Ju and Ju. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. Long Chun had fully recovered from his injuries. During this time, he and Yi Hailon did not talk much. Most of their conversations were about the Tao of the sword. Yi Hailon seemed to be obsessed with the Tao of the sword. She had benefited a lot from the conversation with Long Chun. She admired Long Chen's understanding of the Tao of the sword from the bottom of her heart. The sect's formation has been activated for about 10 days. The 5 sects have almost regained their peace. You can leave at any time. At sunset one day, Yi Hailon asked Long Chun to leave. Long Chun smiled and said, I'll leave tomorrow. Their conversation was very brief, just like when they were discussing the Tao of the sword. Then the two of them left. The next day, in the morning, Yi Hailon was still practicing the Tao of the sword. Long Chen did not bid farewell. He just turned and hid in the darkness. With his powerful divine thought, he easily left the Wanjian sect without the protection of the sect's formation. In the 100 Smelting clan, Jian Shusan and Marquis Fengqing had been waiting outside the cave. When they saw Long Chun, they let out a long sigh of relief. These days, the 5 sects were in danger because of the word spectral soul. Long Chun hadn't appeared for close to 2 months, causing Sword 13 and Sword 13 to be extremely worried. After all, that assassin called Spectre had practically passed through the 5 great sects in a single day, and he'd successively killed numerous personal disciples. You're finally back. On the day Spectral Soul appeared, even a pro-disciple of the 100 Smelting clan, Qi Tian, died an unnatural death. The two of us thought you had died on that day too. Marquis Fengqing said. Jian Shusan snorted and said, it is said that Qi Tian had a very bad reputation in the sect. After his death, not only did no one mourn for him, but many pro-disciples even publicly applauded him. When Long Chun heard the two's words, the corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a playful smile. The two of them clearly did not know that he was the person known as Spectral Soul in the 5 sects. By the way, the two of us have also received a slot to enter the Fire Seed secret realm. We have to prepare well for this month. Marquis Fengqing continued. Jian Shusan replied, it is said that the Fire Seed secret realm is a place born from heaven and earth. The fire seed inside can refine one's sea of vital energy, which is extremely beneficial for soul formation cultivators. Long Chun frowned slightly after hearing the two's words. The Fire Seed secret realm was about to open, which also meant that the second great opportunity in the 5 sects was about to arrive. However, there was also a great deal of risk involved. Jian Shusan and Marquis Fengqing had a close relationship with him. Once they entered the Fire Seed secret realm, they would definitely be targeted by the Zhu Wuqing of the Tongbi sect. However, he also knew how tempting the Fire Seed secret realm was to a soul formation stage cultivator. After thinking for a moment, Long Chun said to the two of them, "I will do my best to increase your combat strength over the next few days. The Fire Seed secret realm is fraught with danger, so I may not be able to take care of you. For the next few days, I will come out of seclusion at noon every day. During the rest of the time, I will not leave the cave abode. If you have any questions about your cultivation, feel free to ask me." Jian Shisan and Marquis Feng Qing immediately agreed. The two of them knew about the enmity between Long Chun and Qing Yunzi. Naturally, they also knew that the Fire Seed secret realm was even more dangerous for Long Chun. During this time, he naturally had to prepare well. Inside the cave abode, Long Chun took out the vermilion bird fire cloud cauldron and then took out 3 spirit medicines. The orange immortal transformation grass, the azure striped purple jade embryo, and the 4 seasons spirit bamboo shoots. These 3 spirit medicines were part of the core spirit medicines of the 100 Smelting Sects Spirit Medicine Pavilion. The reason why Long Chun took a fancy to these 3 spirit medicines when he first entered the Spirit Medicine Pavilion was because they could be used to refine a type of Emperor grade pill called the Triorigin Emperor Azure Pill. If this pill was refined properly, it would be enough to condense Long Chun's sea of qi 30,000 miles wide. This was undoubtedly a sweet dew after a long drought for him. Long Chun used an entire day to prepare, and all the supplementary materials were in place. Even so, he still had no intention to start refining the pill. The 7 sections Fire Phoenix Grass and 3 Essence Ocean Pills. These 2 things should be able to allow my cultivation to reach the 3rd level of the soul formation stage. This should give me more confidence in refining the pill. Long Chun murmured to himself. An Emperor-grade pill was an unprecedented challenge for him. Even with the vermilion bird fire cloud cauldron and the inheritance of alchemy, as well as the sovereign's divine sense, he was not completely confident. If this pill was successfully refined, Long Chun would directly become an Emperor-grade alchemist. Chapter 229. Alchemy. Several days after Long Chun's return, Purple Star emissary Huang Qingshan and the 3 Purple Star assassins received the news. They never thought that Long Chun would actually walk out of the Wanjian sect alive. What was supposed to be a mid to long-term mission was completed in one night. 7 personal disciples and 1 core disciple. The 5 great sects even named him the Spectral Assassin, causing the personal disciples of the various sects to change their expressions. Inform the Bloodstar Squad to split off a small team under this person's command as soon as possible. Assign the strongest person as possible. During this period of time, the 5 great sects will be handed over to this person. The young sect master is close to him and will be able to receive support at any time. Master will be more at ease. Huang Qingshan ordered in a deep voice. He glanced at the 5 great sect from afar, shook his head, and left with a bitter smile. Originally, the Dark Star organization intended to enter the 5 great sects, but he never thought that a youth under the age of 20 would accept the first team here. In a short period of time, he formed the name of an assassin, the Spectral Assassin. On the other side, Long Chun sat cross-legged in his cave abode. He had long since focused on nothing else. 5 of the 7 sections Fire Phoenix Grass in his hand had already disappeared, and the dragon essence in his body had begun to surge violently. For a moment, a vast shadow rushed out from his dantian. It was the unprecedented 50,000 miles of Qi Sea. The vast shadow of the Qi Sea stretched as far as the eye could see. It was as if he was in the wilderness, filled with a heart-palpitating aura. As the 7 sections grass entered his body, the shadow of his Qi Sea began to solidify. The originally golden dragon essence gradually turned into a rich golden color. The 50,000 miles of Qi Sea was still saturated and began to shrink. When the 50,000 miles of Qi Sea was completely solidified, he could condense a golden core and step into the void return realm. Boom! Long Chun's eyes suddenly lit up. This 7 sections grass was worthy of being an innate spiritual item. If completely digested, it should allow him to step into the 2nd level of the soul formation realm. Such an effect already made Long Chun extremely satisfied. One had to know that a few days ago, he had taken 100 king-grade pills and only managed to condense less than a tenth of the current 7 sections grass. Long Chun directly swallowed the rest of the innate spiritual items and absorbed them all in 2 days. Digesting a Xiantian spiritual object in 3 days was something that even the Purple Star emissary, Huang Qingshan, would never have imagined. Innate spiritual objects were born from the heavens and earth. They were not comparable to spiritual herbs, so they could not be refined into pills. It was filled with powerful spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, even if a normal person consumed it, they would have to be very careful. It would take at least a year or even longer to fully absorb it. In fact, many people use their powerful spiritual energy to break through the shackles, and most of the spiritual energy was wasted. Only Long Chun directly used it as a cultivation tool and absorbed all the spiritual energy in it. This was really unheard of. Over the next 5 days, Long Chun consumed all 3 primary ocean pills. His cultivation soared to the 3rd level of the divine transformation realm. There were still 70,000 miles left in his energy reserve, and his overall strength was rising steadily. The density of his dragon essence was several times greater than it was a few days ago. However, although these 3 pills were said to be Emperor grade, they could only be considered sub-Emperor grade. Moreover, they were not crack pills, so their effects were ordinary and far inferior to connate spirit objects. If he could refine a 3-yuan Emperor Azure pill with crack pills, Long Chun was confident that his cultivation would rise again. Everything was ready. Long Chun was finally ready to refine the 3-yuan Emperor Azure pill. With this pill, he would have more confidence in entering the Fire Seed secret realm. The Vermilion Bird Mystical Fire, the Vermilion Bird Fire Cloud Cauldron, the Sovereign's Divine Sense, the Inheritance of Alchemy. This time, Long Chun wanted to use all of them to the extreme. Only then would he have a chance to refine an Emperor-grade pill. The flame rose and the cauldron appeared. Long Chun's divine sense instantly covered the entire cave residence. He could clearly see the slightest movement in the wind, the grass, and even the falling of the sand. The supplementary materials were accurately thrown into the cauldron at the same time. While Long Chun was refining pills, Jian Shusan and Marquis Feng Qingho had been cultivating. During this time, they were not idle. The 100 Smelting Clan had given them a lot of support. In the past, the 100 Smelting Clan was not popular in the Fire Seed secret realm. After all, their combat strength was too weak. Once they entered the secret realm, their mortality rate was too high. This time, Jian Shusan and Marquis Feng Qingho were no doubt the seeds of the other clans. In the following days, Long Chun would stop refining pills at noon to calm his mind. He also knew that Jian Shusan and Marquis Feng Qingho's cultivation. Jian Shusan's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. His Emperor-grade sword art had gradually entered the realm of perfection. His sword intent had also reached perfection, and he had begun to condense sword force. He cultivated every day. Almost all the places that the 5 major clans had obtained a spot to enter the Fire Seed secret realm were like this. The sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, there were only 10 days left until the opening of the Fire Seed secret realm. Long Chun had finally finished refining and sealed the cauldron. Now, he only needed to nurture it for 5 days to know if the 3-yuan Emperor Azure pill was successfully refined. Man disposes, God proposes. When Long Chun walked out of the cave, it was noon. Jian Shusan and Marquis Feng Qingho hurried over with a gloomy expression. Feng Shan followed closely behind. Why are your expressions so ugly before we even enter the secret realm? Long Chun teased. However, Jian Shusan and Marquis Feng Qingho did not seem to be joking. With a serious expression, they said in a deep voice, Master, Qing Yunzi has come out of seclusion. Long Chun's eyes suddenly shrank. This old man had been targeting him because of the matter of the Black Dragon Empire's monarch. He had even used the spiritual Thunder Dao fruit as a reward. It was almost as if he wanted to take his life. Fang Shan at the side said in a deep voice, "Brother Long Chun, this news was personally told to me by a friend of the Godly Sword sect." After Qing Yunzi came out of seclusion, he directly handed the spiritual thunder Dao fruit to Zhu Wuqing and asked him to take your life in the fire seed secret realm. Long Chun chuckled coldly. It looked like Qing Yunzi really did think that Zhu Wuqing could kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handed over the spiritual thunder Dao fruit in advance. Jian Shisan asked in a deep voice, "Master, do you still want to enter the fire seed secret realm? With your special privileges in the 100 Smelting Sect, it's only a matter of time before you reach the return to void stage. Why take the risk?" Marquis Feng Qing Ho and Fang Shan both nodded. They clearly believed that avoiding Zhu Wuqing was the wisest choice. Only Long Chun shook his head slightly. He had to enter the fire seed secret realm, regardless of whether it was for Yi Hailon or for the fire-type spirit vein. If he missed out on this trip to the fire seed secret realm, Long Chun would have to spend a lot of time at the soul formation stage, and the time he would have to travel to the ancient desolate lands would be greatly extended. However, he had never forgotten that he had a promise with Qing Xian. Take these 2 pills. If you encounter any danger, take them immediately. As for the secret technique I taught you, try not to use it. Long Chun handed the 2 pills to Jian Shisan and Marquis Feng Qing Ho. The medicinal pills under their hands nodded. However, Long Chun's following words caused them to be startled. Chapter 230. On the eve of Dan, formation reached the return to void stage within 10 days. Jian Shisan and Feng Qing Ho looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Fang Shan had already left tactfully. He was a disciple of the artifact refining faction, so entering the fire seed mystic realm was equivalent to courting death. The 2 of them stared at Long Chun, and Jian Shisan cried out involuntarily, "Reaching the return to void stage in 10 days, is this really possible?" During this time, Jian Shisan and Marquis Feng Qing had already firmly believed in Long Chun. However, the 2 of them were only at the 7th level of the divine transformation realm. If they wanted to break through to the void return realm, they would have to break through 3 levels in a row. Furthermore, there were only 10 days left until the fire seed mystic realm. Even the leaders of the 5 great sects wouldn't dare to claim that they could reach the return to void stage within 10 days. Marquis Feng Qing also didn't believe him and said in a deep voice, "If we forcefully raise our cultivation, it will only harm our future and not benefit us at all. The loss outweighs the gain." Long Chun shook his head and said with a smile, "You 2 don't have to worry, but you might have to suffer a little." As Long Chun spoke, he looked at their dantians. Both of their dantian phantoms were about 30,000 feet in size. Now, they had already condensed 70% of their dantian phantoms. They were only about 10,000 feet away from condensing their golden cores, tempering their divine souls, and stepping into the return to void stage. When the 2 heard that Long Chun seemed to have a way, they looked at each other and said in a deep voice, "We are willing to give it a try." Jian Shisan and Feng Qing Ho knew that if they were to enter the fire seed secret realm with their current cultivation, they would definitely be suppressed. The scene of Jian Shisan being sent flying by Zhang Yishan was still fresh in their minds. Of course, the 2 of them knew that this was not because Jian Shisan was too weak. Instead, it was because the difference in their cultivation bases was simply too great. They were both only at the soul formation stage, while most of the core disciples of the other 4 sects were at the return to void stage. Some of them were even at the return to void final stage. As for Zhu Wuqing, he could be said to be a freakishly talented personal disciple. It was very likely that he had already reached the peak of the return to void late stage. The trip to the Tinder Mountain Range was not only a narrow escape for Long Chun, it was also an extremely severe test for the 2 of them. Seeing that the 2 of them had agreed, Long Chun gestured for them to follow him into the cave. After Jian Shisan and Feng Qing Ho entered the cave, their faces suddenly changed. They felt that the entire cave was filled with a relaxing aura. The two of them looked towards the pill refining room at almost the same time. Long Chun saw that the two of them were shocked and explained, "This is the reason why I have been in seclusion for a period of time. Now, I only need a few more days of nurturing. If this pill is formed, the chances of entering the Fire Seed secret realm will be much higher." Jian Shursen couldn't help but ask, "Master, are you saying that you've been refining a cauldron of pills for the past 20 days or so?" Long Chun replied, "It's not a cauldron. There's only one of this pill." One? A single pill had been used for so long, and it was still in the nurturing stage, but it was already so fragrant. What grade was this pill? Seeing that the two of them were stunned, Long Chun shook his head with a smile and didn't explain any further. He just said to the two of them, "From now on, I will use the spiritual power in my body to perform a finger technique every day to forcibly help you condense the shadow of the sea of vital energy in your bodies. There will be a lot of pain during this process, but you must endure it." Hearing this, the two of them nodded heavily. As long as they could break through, it didn't matter if it was a little painful. If they cultivated normally, it would take them at least a few months or even a year to reach the final stage of the soul transformation stage. As for how long it would take to completely refine their souls and enter the return to void stage, it was still unknown. But now Long Chun had given them shortcut. Long Chun gestured for the two of them to sit down cross-legged. He then activated his cultivation method and released the shadow of the sea of vital energy. A wisp of pure dragon essence slowly appeared on Long Chun's fingertips. The two of them didn't know that this breakthrough was equivalent to forcibly transferring the dragon essence that Long Chun had already condensed to them. Bang, bang, bang. As Long Chun's fingertips continuously landed on their dantians, the two of them suddenly turned pale and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Waves of squeals that sounded like pigs being slaughtered echoed in the cave for a long time. The spirit crossing finger technique was a technique that Long Chun created in his previous life. It wasn't a martial arts technique, but a technique that could help others break through. There were no side effects at all. Of course, if there were any side effects, it would be that the user would be transferring their own cultivation base to the other party. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, accompanied by the two of them screaming, the three of them spent a total of 8 days in the cave. On this day, Jian Shursan and Marquis Fengqing's bodies suddenly trembled. The shadow of the sea of vital energy that spread out in all directions suddenly shrank and shot out a dazzling light. The two of them actually stepped into the return to void stage at the same time. Phew. Long Chun let out a long sigh. A look of relief flashed across his eyes. Since he had accepted Jian Shursan as his disciple to pass on his sword Dao, he naturally had to give it his all. As for Marquis Fengqing and Jian Shursan, they were like brothers, so he naturally wouldn't hold anything back. Within the Fire Seed mystic realm, the two of them had reached the return to void stage, so they had a lot more power to protect themselves. Jian Shursan and Marquis Fengqing stood up abruptly and bowed deeply to Long Chun. After 8 days, how could the two of them not know the usefulness of Long Chun's finger technique? The streaks of golden dragon essence that were countless times richer than the spiritual energy in their bodies all came from Long Chun's sea of vital energy. All right, since it's 2 days in advance, you two should prepare a little more. Remember, now that you've both stepped into the return of void stage, you should try to obtain as many orange flame seeds as you can in the Fire Seed mystic realm. Only then will your cultivation base be able to improve greatly. Seeing the grateful expressions on their faces, Long Chun only smiled and didn't say anything. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the two of them were about to speak, the cauldron in the cave abode began to rumble, and the entire cave abode seemed to be shaking. There were streaks of spiritual energy rippling in the air. "You two, quickly get out of the cave." Long Chun's expression instantly became serious as he ordered. The two of them were startled at first, but they didn't hesitate any longer and rushed out of the cave. When the stone door behind them was sealed again, the two of them looked at each other and saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. What kind of pill is master refining? Why is there such a commotion? Jin Shursan asked in a deep voice. Marquis Fengqing shook his head and didn't seem to be very interested in the pill. He just stared at Jin Shursan with a serious expression and said, "Although this pill is strange, I'm more interested in your master's cultivation base. You and I are both at the 7th level of the divine transformation realm, but he can forcibly use a strange finger technique to infuse his condensed spiritual energy into us. His cultivation base doesn't seem to be affected in the slightest. What does this mean?" Jin Shursan was also stunned. He was moved and couldn't help but have a look of horror in his eyes. The meaning of this was self-evident. Long Chen's sea of vital energy was far superior to the two of them. He could even ignore the grafting of spiritual energy. Chapter 231. Emperor-level medicinal pills. It was just as Marquis Fengqing had said. Long Chun had a 100,000-mile-long Qi phantom. To him, this little bit of cultivation base was nothing but a drop in the ocean. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid that their Dantians wouldn't be able to bear it, he would have even raised their cultivations a little more. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that the Fire Seed Mystic Realm was right in front of him, he didn't plan to use this spell technique. However, even if Fengqing Ho had some guesses, he would never have imagined how vast Long Chen's Qi was. Just as the two of them were chatting, they realized that the ground beneath their feet had begun to tremble slightly. Earthquake? The two of them immediately turned around to look at the cave Long Chan was in. The tremors were coming from inside the cave. All of a sudden, the group of people in Long Chen's cave residence walked out of their cave residence. Each and every one of them had a puzzled look on their faces. What's going on? Why is the surroundings shaking? Could it be an earthquake? Earthquake? What nonsense are you spouting? When has there ever been an earthquake in the 5 great sects? That's not right. Didn't you guys notice? The tremors are coming from our level. Soon, everyone noticed that something was amiss. In just a few breaths, everyone gradually walked towards the entrance of Long Chen's immortal cave, Jin Shursan and Marquis Fengqing. Rumble. Crack, crack. At this moment, the entire mountain peak suddenly shook violently, and a deafening roar came from Long Chen's cave residence. Perhaps because of the ghost assassin incident a few days ago, many elders of the various sects still had some lingering fear. When they discovered the abnormality in this place, they immediately rushed over from all directions. Even the sect master of the 100 Smelting Clan, a Dao integration stage expert, flew over immediately. The crowd trembled. Seeing that even the sect leader had appeared, their faces paled, and they hurriedly bowed deeply. The sect leader stood in the air and frowned at Jin Shursan and Marquis Fengqing. What's going on? If I remember correctly, this is Long Chen's cave. What's he doing inside? Why is there such a huge commotion? At the same time, a few elders also arrived and stood in front of the sect master. Jin Shursan felt a huge pressure when he was stared at by everyone. He said in a deep voice, "Concoct pills." Alchemy? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions became strange. What kind of medicinal pill could cause such a huge commotion? An elder from the Liandon branch shouted, "Nonsense! I don't think this is alchemy. This is a cauldron explosion." However, before he could finish his sentence, the entrance to Long Chen's cave collapsed completely. A strange fragrance swept out along with the wind, and rays of golden light filled everyone's eyes. As the dust settled, everyone stared ahead. Long Chun stood in front of the crowd, holding a pill in his hand. There were 3 cracks on the pill, and it was surrounded by a golden light. For a moment, the entire place fell silent. King grade crimson gold, Emperor grade golden yellow, Divine grade azure purple, Saint grade purple, Immortal grade purple gold. A golden halo. This was an Emperor tier medicinal pill. Long Chen saw everyone's shocked eyes and could not help but smile bitterly. When he opened the cauldron and saw the successful refinement of the 3-yuan Emperor azure pill, he was so excited that he forgot to seal the area 10 meters around the cauldron. An Emperor tier medicinal pill was different from a King grade medicinal pill. It already had a spirit, and it must be sealed when the pill was completed. Long Chun forcefully trapped the pill in his hand with his cultivation. After a while, the pill lost its vitality. Outside the cave, the 100 Smelting Clan's sect master was a little stunned. When he felt Long Chen's gaze, he shook his head heavily. Then, his face turned a little red, and he strode toward Long Chun. His voice trembled a little as he said, This is the medicinal pill you refined? Did you personally refine this pill?" The 100 Smelting Clan's sect master stared at Long Chen's eyes like lightning. Long Chen nodded slightly and said, "I was lucky to refine it." "Lucky to refine it?" "Lucky, your sister. This is an Emperor-tier medicinal pill, a thoroughly Emperor-tier medicinal pill." With Long Chen's answer, Jian Shisan and Marquis Feng Qing could not help but change their expressions. The disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan, who came from all directions, were completely stirred up. An Emperor-tier medicinal pill, Long Chun. How old is he? He can actually refine an Emperor-tier medicinal pill. Long Chun? He is the new disciple who refined the receiving array pill. How can he be an Emperor-tier alchemist? Such a young Emperor-tier alchemist has never appeared in the entire history of the 100 Smelting Clan. The crowd was crowded, and everyone seemed to have seen the most incredible thing in the world. An alchemist, an Emperor-tier alchemist, who was probably only 17 or 18 years old. At this moment, two women rushed out of the crowd. They were Lu Yi and Yin Li. Lu Yi was as cheerful as a lark, jumping and jumping towards Long Chun, shouting, "Little master is so amazing. You must teach him." He also wants to refine a golden halo medicinal pill. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched, and they were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. Lu Yi was the daughter of the president of the Alchemist Guild, and was also known as the Pill Fanatic, an alchemy genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. Since she entered the 100 Smelting Clan's Pill Pavilion, many people knew her name. She was already a king-tier alchemist at such a young age, and it was certain that she would step into the Emperor tier before the age of 30. However, her master was actually this young man in front of them. This young man was only 1 or 2 years older than her. But after thinking about it, everyone was silent because this young man named Long Chun, who was 1 or 2 years older than Lu Yi, was already an Emperor-tier alchemist. Long Chun looked at Lu Yi's coquettish appearance, patted her hair, pulled her behind him, and whispered, "When I have time, I will definitely teach you. Now is not the time." The 100 Smelting Clan's leader stared at Long Chun for a long time before saying in a deep voice, "Come into the cave with me. I have something to discuss with you." After saying that, he looked at the increasing number of people behind him and shouted, "Get out of here." The elders behind him also saw the clan leader's expression and immediately cleared all the disciples around, leaving only Lu Yi, Yin Li, Jian Shisan, and Marquis Feng Qing. Inside the cave, the 100 Smelting Clan's leader stared at Long Chun and said in a deep voice, How did you do it? I have tested you before. You are not possessed by someone else. Even if you have heaven-defying opportunities, it is impossible for you to reach the Emperor tier at such a young age." The 100 Smelting Clan's leader wanted to know the truth. He did not believe that Long Chun could reach the Emperor tier. He was too young. Perhaps he would not be so shocked if he reached the Tao integration stage at such an age. After all, there were many young and middle-aged heaven-defying disciples in the ancient desolate land. However, reaching the Emperor tier in alchemy was completely different. It was simply impossible for a divine transformation realm cultivator to refine an Emperor tier medicinal pill. Chapter 232. The Tinder Secret Realm was now open. Seeing that Long Chun had no intention of answering, the 100 Smelting Clan's master glared at Long Chun fiercely. However, he didn't know if Long Chun's words were true or false. However, he wouldn't believe that Long Chun hadn't obtained the inheritance of someone else. The master of the 100 Smelting Clan hesitated for a moment and said to Long Chun in a deep voice, "You have such a great talent in alchemy, and you will have a bright future. Even if you go to the ancient desolation land, you will definitely have a place there. Why do you have to enter the Fire Seed secret realm? As long as you stay in my 100 Smelting clan, I, by Li Shi, will guarantee that you will enter the core pill tower of the ancient desolate land and become a famous alchemist in the ancient desolate land. As the sect master of the 100 Smelting sect, Bai Li Shi was already amazed by Long Chen's talent in alchemy. However, in his opinion, Long Chen's entry into the Fire Seed mystic realm would only bring him harm. After Qing Yunzi came out of seclusion, he directly gave the Thunder Spirit Dao fruit to Zhu Wuqing, the only monstrous genius who could enter the Fire Seed secret realm. Long Chen shook his head. He naturally knew what Bai Li Shi meant. However, he knew that his path was not the 5 great sects or the ancient desolate land. It was the vast heavenly domain, the 10 directions celestial domain, the sovereigns, and the illusory path to becoming a great emperor. When Bai Li Shi saw Long Chen shaking his head, he seemed to have misunderstood Bai Li Shi's intentions. Bai Li Shi continued, "As long as you don't enter the Fire Seed secret realm, give me half a month. I will definitely erase the grudge between you and that old fox Qing Yunzi." When Long Chen saw that Bai Li Shi was unwilling to give up, he said, "Long Chen understands sect master's intentions. However, I must go to the Fire Seed secret realm. Qing Yunzi's resentment will be resolved one day. When that day comes, he will regret everything he has done." Long Chen's voice was very light, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. When Bai Li Shi heard Long Chen's words, he frowned deeply and said, "Do you know how arrogant your words are? All the major sects under Qing Yunzi, including the 100 Smelting sect, have been nurtured by him. Among them, Lian Cheng of the Wanjian sect, Zhu Wuqing of the Godly Knife sect, and Ho Fiyuan of the Tongbi sect all have a beneficial relationship with him. And these 3 people are the direct disciples of the various sects that can be called monstrous. Qing Yunzi himself is a Dao integration expert. Although he only managed to make a breakthrough after consuming many pills, his strength is only below average among the elders of the various sections. However, if you want to make an enemy of him, it's tantamount to throwing an egg at a rock. That's not all. Do you know that there are many bloodline ancient clans in the ancient desolate land? Recently, he even had a connection with the Li clan. The spiritual thunder Dao fruit was obtained from the Li clan. Bai Li Shi's words flowed like a river. He clearly explained Qing Yunzi's background and the factions under him. He did this so that Long Chen would back off. However, Bai Li Shi was quickly disappointed. Long Chen's expression was still calm. However, when he heard about the Li clan, he frowned slightly. This was because the Li clan was the clan that Yi Hailon had been forced to join in the ancient desolate land. "I have made up my mind. Thank you for your kind intentions, sect leader," Long Chen said sincerely. Although the sect leader had such intentions because of Long Chen's talent, Bai Li Shi's words were all for Long Chen's sake. Bai Li Shi completely lost his temper. He was the 100 Smelting sect leader of the Dao integration realm. When he met a soul transformation realm brat, his words flowed like a river. In the end, Long Chen's expression did not change at all. "You brat." Bai Li Shi smiled bitterly and glared at Long Chen. He stood up and was about to leave. However, before he left, a ray of light appeared and he threw it in front of Long Chen. "Take this 1,000-mile Earth escape talisman. It can save your life if necessary." Long Chen looked at the high-grade talisman of killing yellow paper on the stone table and revealed a smile. He stared at Bai Li Shi and replied, "Alchemist, refine. If your heart does not waver, you can refine any pill." When Bai Li Shi heard this, he frowned. He turned around and asked, "What do you mean?" Long Chen smiled and did not say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes. The corners of Bai Li Shi's eyes twitched. He was almost angered to death by Long Chen. He snorted coldly and left the cave. After Bai Li Shi left, Long Chen slowly shook his head. When he was sitting across from Bai Li Shi, he used his powerful spiritual sense to sense that Bai Li Shi was restless. The spirit seed in Bai Li Shi's dantian showed signs of instability. If Long Chen had guessed correctly, Bai Li Shi had reached a bottleneck in refining pills. This bottleneck could be said to be simple or difficult. However, Bai Lishi needed to comprehend it himself. Long Chen's seemingly casual words were a gift to Bai Lishi. If Bai Lishi could comprehend the Tao of alchemy, he would have a breakthrough. If he could not comprehend it, then it would be fate. Long Chen looked at the 1,000-mile Earth-escape talisman on the stone table and smiled. He did not want to owe anyone anything in this life. No matter if it was in his previous life or in this life, there were too many people who owed him. In this life, there would be karma and retribution. The Tao of heaven was a good cycle. With this thought, Long Chen's eyes were as cold as knives. After a while, they returned to normal, and he put away the talisman on the table. Although there aren't many patterns on this pill, it has reached my standards. 2 days should be enough, Long Chen said to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, several arrays fell on the cave's door. Long Chen sat down cross-legged. The 3 yuan Emperor Azure pill appeared in his hand, and he swallowed it without any hesitation. As soon as the pill entered Long Chen's body, it emitted 3 different colors of spiritual light. It flowed through his body like a stream and then gathered in his Dantian Qi Sea. There was a world of difference between the 3-origin Emperor Azure pill and the Fire Phoenix 7 joints grass. The spiritual power of this pill was gentle and pure. In terms of quantity, it was far less than the Fire Phoenix grass. However, in terms of quality, it was the exact opposite. The 3 spiritual lights passed through Long Chen's skin and almost illuminated the entire cave. They also emitted an intoxicating fragrance. Time passed in the blink of an eye. When Jian Shusan and Marquis Feng Qing were impatient, Long Chen in the cave slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th level of the divine transformation realm. He was only 1 step away from the 5th level. It seemed that the 3-yuan Emperor Azure pill was not as useful as the innate spiritual treasure and the 3C essence pills. However, the 2 were far more useful. Every time the dragon essence in Long Chen's body condensed, the remaining Qi Si shadow would become more solid. In other words, it would be more difficult for the Qi Si to condense and even turn into a golden pill at the later stage. Perhaps when he reached the late stage of the divine transformation realm, even several 3-yuan Emperor Azure pills would not be able to help Long Chen break through. However, with his current strength, he was not even afraid of an ordinary Void Return Realm cultivator. 100,000 miles, nearly 100,000 times the size of an ordinary person's Qi Si. Every time it condensed, it would give him a fighting power that ordinary people could not reach. Dong dong dong. Chapter 233. Qingyun Zi, the Fire Seed Secret Realm, was about to open, and the largest square in the center of the 5 mountains was already packed with people. A few geniuses from various sects and Yi Hailon, the saintess of the 5 sects, were all present. A fire pattern array flag appeared in the hands of each sect leader. The fire-red flag seemed to be covered with flames that rose endlessly. The 100 Smelting Clan's patriarch, Bai Lishi, looked at the crowd. His gaze swept across the Zhu Wuqing of the Godly Saber clan and could not help but let out a long sigh. He was very relieved that Long Chen had not appeared yet. Zhu Wuqing, on the other hand, looked gloomy. After Qin Yunzi came out of seclusion and found out that Long Chen was going to enter the Fire Seed Mystic Realm, he immediately went to look for him. The Thunder Spirit Dao Fruit was also directly handed to him. His purpose was self-evident. He was the #1 monstrous disciple of the Godly Knife sect. Among the disciples of the 5 great sects, only a few could compare to him in terms of cultivation. As long as Long Chen entered the Tinder Secret Realm, only death awaited him. The Wanjian sect's Lin Sheng and the Tongbi sect's Ho Fei Yuan seemed to have noticed that Long Chen was not among the 100 Smelting sect's people who were about to enter the Tinder Secret Realm. Ho Fei Yuan of the Tong by sect laughed as he teased Zhu Wuqing. Long Chen isn't an idiot after all. He said that he must enter the Fire Seed Secret Realm, and even personally asked the 100 Smelting Clan sect leader for permission. But in reality, he has no intention of entering the secret realm at all. Ha! The Wanjian sect's Lin Chung said indifferently. Looks like you've been played. Hand over the thunder spirit Dao fruit. You can't eat it. Zhu Wuqing's expression was extremely ugly. However, just as he was about to retort, 3 people from the 100 Smelting clan strode over. The person in the lead was Long Chun. As soon as Long Chun appeared, the crowd was in an uproar. The 2 mates beside Yi Hailon pointed at Long Chun and said to Yi Hailon, "Miss, is this guy an idiot? He really came." Yi Hailon frowned slightly. She knew that Long Chun would come because Long Chun promised her that he would help her find the other half of the stone wall. However, could he really survive Zhu Wuqing's attacks? 100 meters away from Yi Hailon, Ao Sangxiong couldn't help but smile at Long Chun. Perhaps only the 2 of them knew that Long Chun would definitely return. He came to the Fire Seed's secret realm. He's taking his life as a joke. Is he really going to enter the Tinder Mystic realm? The Fire Seed's secret realm is not like the sects. Once he enters, there are no restrictions. He will definitely die under Zhu Wuqing's hands. I heard that this guy refined an Emperor-level pill a few days ago. It's not an exaggeration to call him the most talented disciple in the 100 Smelting clan. Why is he seeking his own death? Everyone was discussing among themselves as they stared at Long Chun as if he was an idiot. In the past few days, news of Long Chun refining Emperor-grade medicinal pills had already spread throughout the 5 great sections. Therefore, everyone believed that Bai Lishi would definitely protect Long Chun. However, no one had expected that Long Chun would come. Long Chun walked in front and arrived at the 100 Smelting clan. He walked up to Bai Lishi and cupped his fists. "The 3 of us are late." Bai Lishi stared at Long Chun and his face darkened. The corner of his eyes twitched, and he said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "I would rather you not come." On the other side, Zhu Wuqing could not help but laugh. He had not expected Long Chun to come. After Long Chun appeared, a white-faced elder slowly walked out from behind the sect leader of the Godly Knife clan. He was dressed in a light golden robe and looked graceful and luxurious. There were 4 storage rings on his hands, and each one of them was shining brightly. However, no one dared to compliment the elder's appearance. Even Yin Li, who was standing beside Lu Yi, could not help but turn around to look at him. In fact, it was not only Yin Li. Many of the female disciples from the 5 sects were the same. His eyes were extremely small, and his nose was as sunken as an abyss. His lips were as thin as a piece of paper. It was a chilling sight. However, no one would have thought that this person was the famous Qin Yunzi of the 5 sects. Every once in a while, Qin Yunzi would wander around the 9 great empires using various identities. He would even use his influence to ignore the 5 sects and control the change of the emperor. Almost every immortal ascension path had an expert that he had personally promoted. These people were distributed among the various sects, and there were many personal disciples among them. Zhu Wuqing and the Wanjian sect's Lin Chung were his most outstanding adopted sons. Qin Yunzi slowly walked towards Long Chun. The surroundings gradually quieted down. His lips that were as thin as a cicada's wings spat out an extremely uncomfortable voice. "You are Long Chun." Long Chun's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at Qin Yunzi and said, "So what if I am? You killed Li Yuanwu and Qin Feng and changed the position of the emperor of the Black Dragon Empire?" Qin Yunzi asked with a cold smile. Not only was his smile extremely ugly, the coldness within it caused the surrounding temperature to drop. However, Long Chun's expression did not change as he said, "So what if I am?" "Good, very good." The words, "so what if I am," caused the surrounding people to sigh. They secretly thought that Long Chun was extremely arrogant, causing Qin Yunzi's killing intent to be revealed. Bai Lishi's expression darkened as he shouted, "Enough, Qin Yunzi. Do you think that you can be so unscrupulous and ignore the 100 Smelting sect just because you have the Ancient Li clan?" Qin Yunzi had no intention of replying. He looked at Long Chun coldly before turning around and walking away. He only said to Zhu Wuqing, "I have already given you the spiritual Thunder Dao fruit. You know what to do." Zhu Wuqing sneered as he stared at Long Chun and nodded heavily. In his eyes, Long Chun was just a joke. He could kill him with a wave of his hand. The leaders of the various sects were just watching from the sidelines. Ever since Qin Yunzi had a connection with the Li clan of the ancients, he had become more and more high-profile. Although he wanted to take revenge by killing Long Chun, it was actually more to establish his prestige. He wanted to tell everyone that within the 5 great sects, there was not only the 5 great sect leaders, but also him, Qin Yunzi. As everyone sighed for Long Chun, lamenting that such a young emperor-stage alchemist was stupid enough to enter the Fire Seed secret realm and face off against Zhu Wuqing, the sun was already high in the sky. A scorching sun fell from the sky and streaked across the sky above the 5 great mountains. The moment the 5 great mountains' reflections appeared, all the sects fell silent. Then, the crowd gradually retreated, leaving an empty area of 100 meters in the square. The 5 great sect leaders each stood in a corner, and the fire-patterned flags in their hand began to sway rhythmically. Flames burned fiercely on the flags, becoming more and more intense. Gradually, it even surpassed the strong light of the afternoon sun. 5 tongues of flame swayed and spun. Finally, they rushed out and connected the fire-patterned flags in the hands of the 5 great sects. The 100 meters of empty space was surrounded by the tongues of flame, forming a pentagonal array. Then, from the feet of the sect leaders, fire-patterned patterns shot up into the sky. In the center of the pentagonal array, countless flames intersected. The fire-patterned patterns were densely intertwined, and an extremely hot aura swept out in all directions. In the midst of the intersecting flames, a pitch-black black hole gradually formed. If one looked carefully, one could see a faint red light inside. The black hole gradually expanded, with flames lingering around its edge. Finally, it stabilized at about 10 meters. All the sect elders suddenly shouted, "The Fire Seed secret realm will be open for 1 month. Disciples of all sects, enter." Chapter 234. Zhu Beast. Everyone entered the Fire Seed secret realm one after another. Soon, the central plaza of the 5 peaks was empty. When the Wanjian sects Lian Cheng and Tongbi sects Ho Fei Yuan saw the Fire Seed secret realm closing, they shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Ho Fei Yuan even said, "It seems like the spiritual Thunder Dao fruit is not fated with us. Zhu Wuqing will have to take it." Other than the 100 Smelting sect, Lian Cheng was the strongest disciple of the 4 sects, followed by Ho Fei Yuan, Divine Vein sects by Meng, and Zhu Wuqing was only ranked 4th. However, they knew that by Li Shi's cultivation level would increase tremendously after he returned from the Fire Seed secret realm with the help of the spiritual Thunder Dao fruit. When the sect leaders saw by Li Shi's gloomy expression, they shook their heads and sighed. It's a pity that the 100 Smelting sect's rare talent in alchemy is able to refine an emperor-grade elixir at such a young age. It's terrifying, but he's too ignorant. He chose to die. Who can stop him? With a sigh, the various sect leaders led their disciples away from the central square. Bai Lishi looked ahead. Fong coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, and left. Only 2 people were left in the central plaza. They were 2 women. Lu Yi asked Yin Li, "Why did they say that Little Master will die?" "Sister Yin Li, Little Master will come back alive, right?" Yin Li bit her lips and said in a low voice, "He will come back. That guy will not die here." When the last strand of fiery aura in the air disappeared, countless black holes appeared countless meters below the 5 peaks. Long Chun walked out of one of the black holes, and the black hole disappeared. Looking at the dark red world around him, he could not see more than 100 meters away from him. There was not a single plant in sight. It was a barren land with rocks everywhere. It was easy to feel frustrated. Long Chun felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Everyone in the 5 sects could only enter the Fire Seed secret realm once. However, this was his 2nd time entering the Fire Seed secret realm. The Fire Seed mystic realm was actually a space beneath the 5 great sections. No one knew how deep it was beneath the ground. Only the 5 great sects could send people in through the array formation. However, once the array was activated, the people who entered would be randomly teleported and separated. Long Chen's hand moved, and a talisman appeared in his hand. Shockingly, the words 100 Refinement were written on it. Every disciple who entered the Fire Seed secret realm would have one such talisman. It was meant to gather the members of the various sects as soon as possible. With the activation of the charm, a pale green spirit light was imprinted on the back of Long Chen's hand like a pointer. Such scenes appeared in almost every corner of the Tender Secret Realm. Long Chen followed the needle to the left, but his speed was not fast. He knew that although there were opportunities everywhere in the secret realm, it was also very dangerous. The most common one was the glazed fire-eating beast. This beast's body was like a crystal, but it was comparable to black gold. Its body was extremely sharp and could break gold and stone. However, there was also something called the fire-eating crystal in the beast's head. It contained a powerful fire attribute spirit power and was an excellent material for refining weapons. It was also one of the goals of the 100 Refinement Clan's disciples. Long Chen tried to spread his divine thought, but it was forcefully dispersed 3 to 4 meters away. He could not help but shake his head. The mountain rocks in the Fire Seed secret realm seemed to have a natural resistance to divine thought. It seemed that even a sovereign-level divine thought could not be used here. Long Chen's luck seemed to be good. He did not encounter a single glazed fire-eating beast along the way. Moreover, the needle on the back of his hand gradually moved more frequently. This meant that there were disciples of the 100 Refinement Clan nearby who also had a talisman to guide the way. Long Chen quickened his steps. After flipping over a few boulders, he saw a few disciples of the 100 Refinement Clan. However, they did not seem to be as lucky as Long Chen. For disciples of the 100 Refinement Clan were besieged by 6 glazed fire-eating beasts. Based on the attacks of these people, Long Chen could see that 2 of them were at the early stage of the Void Return, while the other 2 were at the late stage of the Divine Transformation Realm. However, whether it was martial arts or movement techniques, they were poor. They could not be compared with other sects at all. However, a few glazed fire-eating beasts, which were equivalent to the middle or late stage of the Divine Transformation Realm, were enough to make them fight badly. 2 of them even kept throwing out formation pills. Seeing this scene, Long Chen smiled bitterly. The formation pills might have some effect on the disciples of other sects, but they were simply tickling the glazed fire-eating beasts. Since they were all from the same sect, Long Chen would not leave them in the lurch. After all, the number of disciples of the 100 Refinement Clan in the Fire Seed secret realm was far less than that of other sections. It was just a few glazed, fire-eating beasts, which was a piece of cake for him. Long Chen shook his head and jumped out. The disciples were shocked at first, but then 2 of them at the late stage of the Divine Transformation Realm were overjoyed. It's Senior Long Chen. That's great. Focus on the enemy. Don't be distracted. The 2 disciples at the Void Return Realm snorted coldly. Can't you see that the formation pills have no effect on these beasts at all? The 2 disciples at the Void Return Realms, scolding, immediately stunned the 2 disciples who were slightly weaker. They did not dare to say anything and focused on fighting the beasts. Long Chen could not help but be taken aback when he heard this, but he shook his head and did not intend to lower himself to their level. In their eyes, Long Chen was just a genius in alchemy. When he defeated Zhang Yishan, he completely relied on the formation pills. Now that the formation pills had no effect on him, they naturally did not think highly of his combat strength. Long Chen raised his sword and blocked the attacks of the 2 disciples at the Void Return Realm. The 2 disciples' faces suddenly darkened. Just as they were about to say something, they saw Long Chen moving among the glazed fire-eating beasts like a phantom. Streaks of sword light brought about a gust of wind that stung their cheeks. In just an instant, several glazed fire-eating beasts at the middle and late stage of the Divine Transformation Realm all fell to the ground and died. The 4 of them were stunned on the spot. The 2 disciples at the Void Return Realm felt their faces burning. They never thought that the glazed fire-eating beasts would die on the spot as soon as they finished speaking. Long Chen stared at them and said lightly, The glazed fire-eating beast's defense, attack, and speed are extremely amazing. However, the slightly dim crystal about 1/3 of its ribs is the weakest part of its body. It's the gate of death. After saying this, Long Chun turned around and continued to walk to the other side. He did not intend to go with these people. He just wanted to find Jian Shisan and Jian Wushuang. After all, these people were just a burden to him. Moreover, it might be more dangerous for them to follow Long Chun. After all, the Zhu Wuqing must be searching everywhere for Long Chun at this moment. Chapter 235. Ambush. When they caught up, the two soul transformation stage disciples thanked Long Chun profusely. On the other hand, the two void return stage disciples picked up the fire crystals and followed behind, but they didn't care at all. "Why are you following me?" Long Chun frowned and asked in a deep voice. These 4 people were simply a burden to him. Moreover, he still had to meet with Yi Hailon, Marquis Feng Qing, and the others. He even had to go to the fire spirit vein. With these people's cultivation, following him was just courting death. Before the 2 deity transformation stage disciples could speak, the 2 void return stage disciples took the lead and said, "You and I are both members of the 100 Smelting Sect. Since we met through the guidance talisman, we should naturally help each other. The 2 of us have a map of this place. If you travel with us, you will definitely obtain many benefits." Long Chun frowned slightly. Apart from the 1,000-year fire seed and the fire attribute spirit vein, he didn't care about anything else here. However, when he saw the 2 of them throw a map carved on a jade slip at him, he subconsciously caught it. Immediately, he raised his eyebrows and a strange expression appeared on his face. He didn't expect his luck to be so good. The map marked the location of a stone forest where fire seeds gathered. The general shape of the stone forest was also clearly engraved. He had been here in his previous life. The place marked on this map has a large number of 100-year-old fire seeds. We can reach there in 6 hours. The 2 saw that Long Chun seemed to be tempted and continued to speak. Long Chun's hand flashed, and he put away the map. He nodded and said, "Then let's go together." If Long Chun remembered correctly, although this place was a place where fire seeds gathered on the surface, the real treasure was the nest of the nightmare fire beast in the middle of the stone forest. There was a 3,000-year-old fire seed in the nest. In his previous life, a fierce battle broke out here. In the end, the fire seed was taken by a core disciple of the Divine Vein sect, who then escaped with a secret technique. Going to this place could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone for Long Chun. On one hand, he knew that there would be people from all sides gathering here. It was only a matter of time before he met Yi Hailon. On the other hand, this 3,000-year-old fire seed was also a great opportunity for him. With Long Chun in the lead, the 5 of them walked one after the other. Long Chun didn't notice that the 2 returned to void stage disciples, standing a few meters behind him, were sneering coldly at him with their divine sense restricted. Along the way, they encountered another 10 nightmare fire beasts. However, this time, Long Chun did not make a move, and the 2 returned to void stage powerhouses easily dealt with them. Now that they knew the weakness of the nightmare fire beast, their confidence was boosted, and they gradually walked up to Long Chun. Because of this, they felt that Long Chun's action of killing the nightmare fire beast was very normal. In addition to the fire eater beast, they also obtained 3 100-year fire seeds. The flame seed was shaped like a flame with a pearl at its center. It was formed from the accumulation of fire-type energy and was very beneficial to soul formation stage and even returned to void stage cultivators. The 300-year-old flame seeds were all collected by the 2 returned to void stage cultivators. Long Chun could not help but sneer. The Tao he cared about was not these 300-year-old flame seeds. Instead, as they gradually approached the stone forest, the 2 returned to void stage disciples of the 100 Smelting clan gradually became more and more murderous. Although his divine sense could not be too far away from his body, the 2 of them seemed to have gradually let down their guard against him. When the 2 of them were within 3 meters of him, Long Chun could almost clearly feel their murderous intent. If he guessed correctly, this trip was not as simple as he thought. Long Chun did not point it out and continued to follow behind the two of them. He just thought that he had saved 2 dogs, but in his heart, he had already sentenced the 2 of them to death. The stone forest was faintly discernible. The 2 of them suddenly slowed down, and the sneers on their faces gradually rose. Long Chun continued to walk forward, as if he had not made up his mind. The moment they approached the stone forest, 700 or 800 Smelting Clan disciples suddenly jumped out from the stone forest. Most of these people were core disciples of the alchemy division. Only 1 or 2 of them were direct disciples. Although they were called direct disciples, they only had returned to void stage cultivation. They could not be compared with the direct disciples of the other 4 sections. Long Chun glanced at the crowd. He was somewhat familiar with these people, and he had even met a few of them once. Long Chun stared at the crowd and said indifferently, "What is the meaning of this?" Long Chun and the 2 soul formation stage disciples behind him did not seem to know at all. They cried out involuntarily, "What are you 2 doing?" And them, "We are all disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan. Senior brother Long Chun just saved their lives." The 2 returned to void stage disciples stared at the 2 of them and sneered. "He can only blame his bad luck for meeting us." Long Chun, hand over the Emperor-level elixir. The direct disciple of the Talisman Division, who was the leader, shouted in a deep voice, "Long Chun, you should not have entered the Fire Seed Secret Realm. Instead of dying at the hands of Zhu Wuqing, why don't you hand over the Emperor-level elixir to us? I remember that you seem to have the privilege of the Elixir Division. You should have a lot of elixirs in your hands. Hand them all over." The few of them spoke one after another, and their eyes were full of mockery. At this moment, Long Chun realized that these people had probably planned this before entering the Fire Seed Secret Realm. With the help of the Talisman Division, they clearly knew that one of them would encounter Long Chun. Their target was the Emperor-level elixir that Long Chun had refined a few days ago. However, they did not know that Long Chun had completely digested the Emperor-level elixir in just a few days. How can you do this? There are so many factions here, and you still want to fight among them. The 2 soul formation stage disciples were livid and furious. They did not expect that their fellow disciples would repay Long Chun's kindness with ingratitude after he had saved them. Sizzle, sizzle. However, as soon as they finished speaking, their heads were separated from their bodies. The long swords in the hands of the 2 void return stage cultivators were stained with blood. They said in a deep voice, "You're so noisy. This is the Fire Seed Secret Realm, not the sect. We have to improve our cultivation as much as possible this month. You'll die at the hands of Zhu Wuqing sooner or later. Do you think you can kill me with just your strength?" The Emperor-level elixir is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Long Chun looked at the bodies of the 2 soul formation stage cultivators and said coldly, his voice full of killing intent, "Humph, you just took advantage of the opportunity to kill Zhang Yishan. Do you think you can survive in our hands? Besides, we have the formation pill that you taught us." Huh. In the blink of an eye, the crowd surrounded Long Chun. Long Chun was already holding a long sword in his hand. He had imagined the scene when he entered the Fire Seed Secret Realm, but he did not expect that his fellow disciples would be the first to attack him. However, Long Chun was calm when it came to this kind of relationship. Since he could save them, he could also kill them. Chapter 236. Killing Array Bang. Bang. A series of formation pills landed on Long Chun's body, causing loud noises to ring out from all directions. Many disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan had a look of mockery on their faces. The 100 Smelting Clan had obtained the technique of formation pills from Long Chun. It was because of the formation pills that nearly 50 people from the 100 Smelting Clan had entered the Fire Seed Mystic Realm. The formation pills gave them the power to fight against the other 4 sects, but now, the formation pills that they had learned from Long Chun were used to kill Long Chun. With more than a dozen formation pills, a storm of spiritual energy erupted with Long Chun as the center. Even the stone forest not far away was shattered. Because of this, buzz. However, just when everyone thought that Long Chun was going to die, a golden figure holding a long sword rushed out from the explosion of light. Whoosh! Two disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan were instantly cut in half, and blood sprayed out like rain. Long Chin's body was covered in scales, and only his eyes were exposed. His inner pupils had also turned golden, and he stared at everyone without a trace of emotion. How could this be? So many formation pills didn't hurt you at all. The disciple of the 100 Smelting Clan cried out involuntarily. This scene was far too shocking. Long Chun was completely unscathed in such a terrifying explosion. Moreover, he had even killed several return to Void Stage cultivators with a single sword strike. This kind of strength was beyond their understanding. Let's attack together. I don't believe that a Soul Formation Stage cultivator can overturn the heavens. A disciple of the Void Return Stage shouted. The 6 of them no longer hesitated and rushed toward Long Chin one by one with long swords in hand. However, at this moment, a talisman paper suddenly appeared in the disciple's hand, and a gust of wind blew under his feet as he quickly retreated. This person actually chose to run away at the first moment. The others secretly thought that this person was despicable, but they had no choice but to shoot. However, they soon realized how wise this person's action was. Long Chen's sword was too fast, and what shocked them even more was Long Chen's strength. With a single sword strike, he had sent several return to Void Initial Stage cultivators flying, and 2 Soul Formation Final Stage cultivators had even been slain by his sword. How is this possible? You're clearly only in the divine transformation realm. Why is your spiritual energy so powerful that it's even more powerful than the sum of all of us combined? Everyone cried out in shock as blood spurted from their mouths. With just one strike, they were either dead or injured. Long Chan sneered, secretly thinking that the person just now had a deep mind, actually using these people as scapegoats at the first moment. Although he was only at the 4th level of the divine transformation realm at the moment, he had a 50,000 square kilometer sea of chi. The sea of chi was not ordinary spirit chi. It was completely dragon essence. Facing these Void Return Realm cultivators of the 100 Smelting Clan, there was really no challenge at all. Don't kill me. We are from the same sect. No. Don't kill me. Terrified voices resounded throughout the stone forest, but they quickly calmed down. Looking at the corpses of the disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan all over the ground, Long Chun didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt in his heart other than a trace of coldness. He repaid others with peaches and plums, but they repaid him with swords and knives. They deserved to die. When it came to killing people, he had never been soft-hearted. The golden scales slowly faded away as Long Chun continued to walk into the stone forest. At this moment, even the 100 Smelting Clan thinks that I'm a dead man. I'm afraid that the other 4 sects will also see me as a piece of meat on a chopping board. If that's the case, I'll make sure that they don't leave here alive. In the stone forest, Long Chun didn't choose to go and seize the 3,000-year-old fire seed right away. Instead, he searched all over the mountain forest. In just half an hour, he killed all the nightmare fire beasts in the entire mountain forest and collected the 100-year-old fire seed. Then he moved again. He wanted to set up a formation here. A formation with the 138 100-year-old fire seeds as the center of the formation. On the other side, just as Long Chun thought, after Yao Ji, the direct disciple of the Talisman branch, escaped, he quickly found another group of people from the 100 Smelting Clan by relying on the guidance talisman of the 100 Smelting Clan. Yao Ji, why are you so flustered? Why are you running in the opposite direction of the map? Could it be that you've already succeeded? The leader of the team teased Yao Ji. A look of shock flashed across Yao Ji's face, and he said in a deep voice, I did indeed come from the agreed-upon location on the map, but Long Chun is still alive. Not only that, but the 7 or 8 people who came with me were all killed by him. As soon as Yao Ji finished speaking, the 4 people's expressions suddenly changed. They asked in a serious voice, are the people you brought with you all in the soul transformation realm? No matter what, Long Chun was once ranked third on the heaven list in the 9 great empires. Moreover, his alchemy cultivation has reached the emperor stage. He must have many tricks up his sleeves. You were too careless. Yao Ji laughed bitterly and said, Lu Lang, you're underestimating Long Chun. Although he's only in the soul transformation realm, his combat strength is definitely comparable to that of a middle-stage Void Return cultivator. Moreover, he has the power of bloodline. Several Void Return cultivators are no match for him at all. Several Void Return cultivators? They were stunned when they heard this. A hint of shock flashed through their eyes. Originally, they knew that most of the 100 Smelting Sect disciples who entered the Fire Seed secret realm had reached a consensus after Long Chun refined the Emperor Tier medicinal pill. That was to seize Long Chun's Emperor Stage elixir and any other resources he had. An Emperor Stage alchemist elixir was definitely an unimaginable amount of wealth. With Zhu Wuching around, Long Chun would definitely die in the Fire Seed secret realm. They just wanted to have a share of the loot. However, who would have thought that Long Chun had such combat strength? Lu Lang was silent for a moment and said to Yao Ji, I'm friends with Zhang Guishan, a core disciple of the Godly Knife sect, and Shi Jun, a disciple of the Divine Pulse sect. Why don't we ask them for help? This is not impossible. They also know that Zhu Wuching is the most powerful cultivator in the Fire Seed secret realm. As long as they hand over Long Chun's head, they'll definitely be rewarded handsomely. Moreover, they also know that Long Chun is an Emperor Stage alchemist. As long as they can take him down, they'll at least be rewarded with elixir. It's said that he has the privilege of entering the elixir pavilion whenever he wants. Both of them are at the middle Void Return stage. Moreover, there should be people from the same sect with them. When the time comes, we'll just have to drink the soup. After a round of discussion, drops of blood appeared on Lu Lang's finger. Then he drew a line in the air. Buzz. Soon, a blood-red light disappeared into the sky. It seems like you made some kind of agreement with him before entering the Fire Seed secret realm. You actually used your blood essence to set up the psychic talisman, Yao Ji said in a deep voice. A smile appeared on Lu Lang's face. The combat strength of the 100 Smelting Clan's disciples was not as good as the other sections. In order to obtain as many benefits as possible in the Fire Seed secret realm, he had paid a huge price. Chapter 237. The mystery of Formation 1 was a fire seed, and the other was a killing array. Long Chun's experience with array formations was pitifully little. He spent most of his time on alchemy and cultivation. 138 100-year fire seeds and 138 king-grade formations. However, these array formations were all 5th grade king level. This was already Long Chun's limit. His experience with array formations was almost entirely due to the fact that he had to concoct cracking elixirs. After doing all this, Long Chun turned around and walked towards the center of the stone forest. In the center of the stone forest, there was a stone mountain that was neither too big nor too small. In his previous life, there was a 3,000-year-old fire seed in the cave of a fire-eater beast at the foot of the mountain. A 3,000-year-old fire seed. If I remember correctly, there's a glazed flame-eating beast king within it, Long Chun muttered to himself. After saying that, Long Chun suddenly had an idea. The biggest challenge in the Fire Seed secret realm was not the glazed fire-eating beast, but finding a fire seed that was more than 100 years old. Every time the Fire Seed secret realm was opened, it would be searched by many people. It was even harder to find fire seeds of better quality. However, if he had a glazed fire-eating beast to guide him, things would be much easier. Long Chun quickly recalled the array formation inheritance in his mind. Soon, a ray of light flashed across his eyes. Subduing beast spirit, devouring formation. Divine will spirit, transforming incantation. Soul stealing array. In just a short moment, nearly 10 types of formations that could control demonic beasts appeared in Long Chun's mind. However, many of them required an emperor stage or even higher cultivation in formations. There was only one array that Long Chun could barely use, and that was the divine will soul transforming incantation. This incantation was only a first-grade king rank formation, and its grade was the lowest among all the formations. Generally speaking, this formation was used by some people who had just entered the king stage to enslave monsters equivalent to the spirit martial realm or the general divine transformation realm. Instead, they used a divine thought formation. The most useless part was that the demonic beasts enslaved by this book could only live for 3 days at most. However, such a basic array formation of little value was quite sufficient for Long Chun at this moment. Because he had a Dominator-level divine will with his Sovereign-level divine sense. Unleashing this technique at close range was enough to enslave this return to Void Intermediate Stage Nightmare Fire Beast. Of course, Long Chun had to be within 3 meters of the beast's head. After all, the Tinder's secret realm had a repulsive force that prevented him from releasing his divine telekinesis. Looks like I'll have to properly cultivate formations when I have the time. If the Tao of Alchemy is compared to the water of cultivation, then formations can be used as tools for cultivation. They can be used as killing formations, defensive formations, and ever-changing formations. After coming into contact with it, Long Chun felt that the Tao of formations was incomparably profound and had a myriad of uses. A stream of golden blood appeared on Long Chun's finger. Then, he quickly drew on the space between his eyebrows. A faint 9-pointed pattern was formed. Soon after, he walked to the center of the stone forest and heavily punched the huge mountain rock. As his fist landed, the mountain rocks shook violently. Sure enough, an earth-shattering roar came from below. The hidden mountain rocks shattered inch by inch, and a 10-meter-tall, glazed fire-eating beast with a body of red glass and sharp thorns all over its body broke out of the ground. This beast's eyes burned with raging flames. When it breathed, the air seemed to be scorched and distorted. This was a Nightmare Fire Beast King comparable to a return to Void Intermediate Stage Nightmare Fire Beast. Long Chun saw this beast transform into its 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline physique again. Then he used his monarch rank movement technique and charged forward. When this beast saw Long Chun charging toward it again, its millstone-sized fiery eyes were filled with madness. It roared and charged toward Long Chun again. Its speed was far faster than that of an average return to Void Stage Cultivator. The sharp spikes all over its body shone with a cold light. Wherever it passed, the stone forest was sliced open like tofu. Long Chun secretly thought that this beast's strength was not weak. With its hard crystal body, huge body, and fast speed, it was simply one of the best combat beasts. Unfortunately, it encountered Long Chun. His monarch rank movement technique allowed Long Chun to dodge almost all of its attacks perfectly. His goal was only to get within 3 meters of this beast's head. After a while, when the beast was about to lose its strength, Long Chun jumped up. Suddenly, a divine light bloomed between his eyebrows. Streaks of golden blood patterns fell into the beast's head. Buzz! The beast was suddenly stunned. Its huge body stiffened. Seeing the golden blood pattern on the beast's forehead, Long Chun smiled. Leaving this beast behind, Long Chun went into the cave and took out a 3,000-year-old fire seed. Whether it was the color or the intensity of the fire element, this fire seed was dozens of times better than the 100-year-old fire seed. With the fire seed, Long Chun found the highest stone forest and sat down cross-legged. Then, he placed the fire seed outside of his dantian. Holding it with both hands, he began to cultivate. As he cultivated, the 3,000-year-old fire seed actually spun like a whirlpool. Bursts of embers entered Long Chun's dantian sea of qi. On the other side, Lu Lang and Yao Ji looked at the guidance talisman in their hands. They knew that Long Chun had not left. However, after a few hours, their faces became a little ugly. Originally, Lu Lang only wanted to invite Zhang Wuxian and Shi Jun. However, the current situation seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Not far away, there were 4 groups of people approaching them. Shi Jun from the Divine Range sect, Zhang Guishan from the Godly Knife sect, Lu Tu from the Tongbi sect, and Cheng Taizan from the Wanjian sect. Seeing this scene, Yao Ji subconsciously took a step back and said to Lu Lang with a gloomy face, "Now that so many people have come, let alone drinking soup, we might even be implicated." Lu Lang snorted and his face darkened. He did not expect that Lu Lang and Zhang Guishan, who had an agreement with him, would bring so many people. Even the people from the other two sects followed closely behind. Among them was the saint of the 5 sects, Yi Hailon. The other leaders were also very strong. Almost all of them were the best among the core disciples. Just as they were talking, the other groups of people had already arrived. Seeing that there were more than 200 people, Lu Lang and Yao Ji did not dare to say anything. They could only smile bitterly and answer in full detail. In fact, the current situation was not Shi Jun and Zhang Guishan's fault. Someone had previously encountered a 1,000-year-old fire seed cave, and a large-scale battle broke out, attracting people from all sides. When his signal appeared, it was directly intercepted by Lu Tu from the Tongbi sect, causing everyone to know that Long Chun was here. Just as everyone was talking, Yi Hailon slowly walked out from the crowd and said coldly, "Is Long Chun really here?" Lu Lang and the others repeatedly said yes, but they were very confused in their hearts. In their eyes, Long Chun was a dead man. He was also an emperor stage alchemist. He was simply a delicious cake. However, such a temptation was probably nothing to Yi Hailon, the saint of the 5 sections. Chapter 238. One man in command the team of several hundred people marched towards the stone forest. How could they have known that what awaited them was a killing array? In fact, even Long Chun didn't expect so many people to come. Soon, they arrived at the stone forest. From afar, they saw Long Chun sitting cross-legged on the tallest stone forest. He was in a state of cultivation. The Godly Knife faction's disciple, Zhang Guishan, sneered and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Zhu Wuqing once said that if our Godly Knife faction's disciples could obtain Long Chen's head, it would save him some trouble. Everyone, Zhang Guishan, will not take anything from Long Chen's body. However, I must take his head. I presume that you will not fight with senior brother Wuqing over it." Zhang Guishan's words silenced everyone for a long time. Everyone knew that he would be rewarded handsomely as long as he brought back Long Chen's head. However, no one dared to take the risk, so they all tacitly agreed in the end. In fact, before entering the secret realm of Tinder, many of them had wanted to kill Long Chun. After all, Long Chen's head was very valuable among the 5 major sections. Even the monstrous genius of the Wanjian sect, Lin Cheng, wanted it. But now it seemed that wanting to kill Long Chun in front of Zhang Guishan and snatch his head was tantamount to plucking the hair from the back of a tiger in Zhu Wuqing. On top of the stone forest, Long Chun also saw this group of hundreds of people from afar. His eyebrows suddenly twitched, and he mocked himself. "Looks like there are quite a number of people who want to take my life. There are so many people here. I wonder how many people this killing array can kill." Long Chen's smile gradually turned murderous. The arrival of hundreds of people really surprised him. On the other side, he also noticed that Yi Hailon and Ao Sangxiong were the only ones left. Now, only Jian Shisan and Feng Qinghe were left. The Fireseed Secret Realm was a heaven-defying opportunity for him, but it was also a great opportunity for the other 4. Without finding Jian Shisan and Marquis Feng Qinghe, Long Chun felt uneasy. If the 2 of them were to encounter the Zhu Wuqing, they would most likely die. In fact, Long Chun knew that Zhu Wuqing was not as simple as he looked. Although he was ranked at the bottom of the extremely monstrous disciples, he was very cunning and had hidden a lot of his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forced Long Chun and Yi Hailon into a dead end in the Tinder Secret Realm in his previous life. If Long Chun hadn't discovered the fire attribute spiritual vein by chance and absorbed all of the spiritual vein spirit with his emperor's physique, he would have died there. Although Zhu Wuqing was a disciple of the Godly Knife faction, his trump card was the power of his bloodline, which had left a deep impression on Long Chun in his previous life. Hundreds of people entered the stone forest in a straight line. They all walked towards Long Chun with murderous looks on their faces, hoping to get a share of the loot from Long Chun. For such a young Emperor Stage alchemist and a disciple of the 100 Smelting Clan, he must have many medicinal pills in his hands. Especially a few days before entering the Tinder Secret Realm, almost everyone knew that he had refined an Emperor Stage medicinal pill. Seeing that the crowd had entered the stone forest, everyone felt a little excited. Killing such a young Emperor Stage alchemist gave them an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Yi Hailan, who had been standing outside, suddenly had a cold look on her beautiful face. Her long sleeves fluttered like the wind, and a long sword flew through the air toward Long Chun. Her voice was like the sound of nature as she said lightly, "Stand on this sword, and I'll take you away." Yi Hailan had the cultivation of the Void Return Realm. In fact, in terms of combat strength, she might not be compared to the other monstrous disciples. However, in terms of status, there was probably no one who could surpass Yi Hailan. Long Chun was stunned. Looking at the long sword that had arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye, he said in a deep voice, "This sword is not bad. It can be controlled at will without being controlled by divine consciousness. It can also fly in the air. The array on it is even more mysterious." Yi Hailan's move made the surrounding people's faces turn ugly. Now, they understood that Yi Hailan was not here to kill Long Chun, but to save him. This flying sword was jointly refined by the 100 Smelting Clan's Talisman Division's Grand Elder, the Wanjian Sect's Sect Master, and the Weapon Refining Clan's Grand Elder. Its power was not to be underestimated. At this moment, as long as Long Chun stood on this sword, no one could do anything. Zhang Guishan of the Godly Sword Sect's Sect Master's face turned extremely ugly, as if he was treading on ice. He said in a deep voice, "Saintess, you have nothing to do with this person. Why do you have to make enemies for him?" Zhu Wuqing and Senior Qing Yunzi. Yi Hailan looked at Zhang Guishan from afar and said coldly, "You have no right to say what I want to do." Zhang Guishan's face turned pale, but he did not dare to attack Yi Hailan. The other person who did not make a move was Ao Sangqiong. Seeing Yi Hailan make a move, Ao Sangqiong just stood aside with a smile. Godly Sword Sect, Divine Pulse Sect, Tongbi Sect, Wanjian Sect, 100 Smelting Clan. I did not expect that 1/3 of the people from each sect who entered the Fire Seed Secret Realm would be here in one day. However, Long Chun did not step on the spiritual sword immediately. Instead, he stared at the hundreds of people and said coldly. In fact, everyone knew that in this situation, no one would be able to get a single elixir pill. Even if they killed Long Chun, no one would know who would get the Emperor Tier elixir pill. However, this was how things were. When one person came, the second and the third person came. In everyone's eyes, Long Chun was definitely going to die. Even if he did not die today, he would die at the hands of Zhu Wuqing in the future. However, Long Chun's next words stunned everyone. Even Yi Hailan's face darkened. "I'll wait for you here. Don't you want the elixir pills in my hands? I have hundreds of them in my storage bag. Come and take them." Long Chun said coldly and casually. Then, he waved his hand and a ray of spiritual light shot out, knocking Yi Hailan's spiritual sword back. Everyone looked at each other. Then, the leaders of each group suddenly rushed toward Long Chun. They never thought that Long Chun would be so stupid as to refuse Yi Hailan's help. Now, as long as they killed Long Chun first and took his storage ring, they would be able to obtain a large amount of elixir pills if they were lucky. However, when each group rushed out about 10 meters, the scene in all directions suddenly changed. Everyone's feet suddenly stopped. At the same time, mournful screams could be heard. For a moment, blood sprayed on the stone forest, and the smell of blood spread in all directions. There's a formation here. This is a trap. There's a killing formation in this stone forest. Yao Ji's entire right arm was cut off at the shoulder. His expression changed greatly as he screamed. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 people had died. However, The moment they turned around, they found that the original path had disappeared. Behind them was still the stone forest, and in the sky, there were shining long sabers falling like raindrops. Outside the stone forest, Yi Hailon and Ao Sangxiong, who originally wanted to rush into the stone forest, stopped abruptly. Their eyes were filled with horror. Chapter 239. The Way of Life Within the Stone Forest. Lightning flashed everywhere, and the spiritual light of swords and sabers flew everywhere. Hundreds of people were trapped in it, but Long Chun sat in it, unmoving like a mountain. Yi Hailon and Ao Sangxiong were stunned. They never thought that Long Chun would set up such a powerful killing array. Seeing that more and more people were dying, Ao Sangxiong, who was dressed in white, suddenly turned into a white light and rushed into the stone forest. Bang! 100-year-old fire seed array. I was instantly shattered by his sword. When Long Chun saw this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He muttered, Ao Sangxiong, it's still the Ao Sangxiong from my previous life. Long Chun did not activate the array formation to stop Ao Sangxiong. Instead, he lifted his hand and removed the array formation that Ao Sangxiong passed through. Although these arrays were profound, once the array cores were discovered, they could be easily broken. However, among the people present, only the young master Dark Star, Ao Sangxiong, could easily see through the array cores. In fact, Long Chun knew that his elder brother in his previous life had a much better understanding of the art of assassination than him. It was just that he didn't want to use it. Ao Sangxiong shuttled through the stone forest. He took a deep look at Long Chun, but did not say anything. In the blink of an eye, he had rescued dozens of Wanjian sect disciples. Ao Sangxiong stood in the stone forest and looked at Long Chun from afar. He asked in a deep voice, "Why didn't you stop me?" Long Chun stared at Ao Sangxiong and asked, "Then why did you save them? Although they wanted to kill you, it is your duty to kill them." Ao Sangxiong stood with his sword and said seriously, "However, I am now a disciple of the Wanjian sect. I am from the same sect as them. I can't just stand by and watch them die. Just like how you and I are old friends. If they want to kill you, I will do the same." Yi Hailon stared at the two of them from afar and frowned. He was even more puzzled by Ao Sangxiong's actions. However, Long Chun seemed to be prepared and just laughed it off. He knew that Ao Sangxiong's words weren't just empty words. If he was in a situation where he was going to die today, Ao Sangxiong would definitely risk his life to save him just for a pot of drunk immortal. This was Ao Sangxiong, and this was his Tao. The disciples of the Wanjian sect who were saved by Ao Sangxiong were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. They stared at Long Chun in the stone forest in horror. At this moment, the disciples of the other sects and the people of the 100 Smelting sect had all died an unnatural death. Long Chun moved his feet. A glazed nightmare fire beast caught him and slowly walked out of the stone forest. Long Chun took away all the storage rings he passed. Especially when he passed by the corpses of the disciples of the Divine Vein sect, an invisible force surged towards him and finally disappeared. Nightmare fire beasts were extremely sensitive to fire seeds. These dozens of storage rings all had a strong aura of fire seeds. Seeing Long Chun walk out, the disciples of the Wanjian sect were all frightened and uneasy. Long Chun stared at them and smiled indifferently. However, all of them screamed and fled in all directions. Long Chun didn't intend to chase after them. These people had already been scared out of their wits by the killing formation. Of course, if it weren't for Ao Sangxiong, they wouldn't have had a chance to survive. Staring at the disciples of the Wanjian sect who were fleeing, Long Chun shook his head at Ao Sangxiong and said, "You saved them today, but they won't be grateful to you in the future." Ao Sangxiong frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Since we're from the same sect, it's my duty to save them. We'll talk about other matters in the future." Long Chun knew Ao Sangxiong's temperament. He didn't say anything else. He just walked in front of Yi Hailon and said with a smile, I'm sorry to disappoint the Saintess. We shouldn't stay here any longer." Dozens of disciples of the Wanjian sect were released by Ao Sanxiu. The news would definitely spread to Zhu Wuqing very quickly. At this moment, Long Chun didn't want to fight Zhu Wuqing head-on. In his previous life, Zhu Wuqing had almost killed him and Yi Hailon in the secret realm of the Fire Seed. His strength was far beyond everyone's imagination. At this moment, Long Chen's first goal was to find the Fire Spiritual Vein. As long as he absorbed the Fire Spiritual Vein, Zhu Wuqing would be no match for him. Yi Hailon heard Long Chen's words and said indifferently, "As long as you help me find the second half of the stone wall, I'll definitely protect your life in the secret realm of the Fire Seed." Long Chun smiled and didn't say anything. Yi Hailon didn't have a complete understanding of Zhu Wuqing's cultivation. It was reasonable for him to say this. "Come with us." Long Chun turned to Ao Sangxiong and smiled. Ao Sangxiong nodded and followed behind the two of them. He knew that Ao Sangxiong would follow them because he had spared the lives of dozens of disciples of the Wanjian sect. He also knew that he had treated him to a pot of drunken immortal. Perhaps just because of these two reasons, Sangxiong wouldn't stand by and do nothing about Zhu Wuqing. Just like that, the three of them sat on the glazed fire-eating beast that Long Chun was sitting on. Yi Hailon looked at the stone forest behind him. Obviously, he had many doubts about Long Chen's ability to set up so many killing formations. However, he didn't say anything and just sat there calmly. Long Chun didn't have Ao Sangxiong's righteousness or Yi Hailon's arrogance. In front of the two of them, he took out the fire seeds from everyone's storage rings. There were a total of 9,000-year-old fire seeds and 3 extremely pure 100-year-old fire seeds. Looking at these fire seeds, Long Chun couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. In his previous life, he had only obtained 2,000-year-old fire seeds after entering the secret realm of the Fire Seed. If it wasn't for the Fire Spiritual Vein, he would have obtained very little. However, in this life, he had easily obtained so many thousand-year-old fire seeds. Roar! Roar! The fire-eating beast king that Long Chun was sitting on seemed to have sensed something and quickly ran in the other direction. Not long after, the three of them found a 1,000-year-old fire seed. This scene made Yi Hailon and Ao Sangxiong raise their eyebrows. With the help of the nightmare fire beast, Long Chun was like a fish in water. In just a few hours, Long Chun had obtained another 3,000-year-old fire seeds. At the same time, the guiding talisman in Long Chen's hand jumped again. With the presence of the fire-eating beast king, the surrounding nightmare fire beasts didn't dare to come close. Their speed was much faster. After an hour's journey, the three of them arrived at the place where the talisman was pointing. There were 500 Smelting Clan disciples. Among them, Jian Shisan and Marquis Feng Qing were also among them. Then, Long Chen's face gradually became gloomy because he saw that Marquis Feng Qing's right arm was cut off at the shoulder and his aura was weak. In front of them, there were hundreds of nightmare fire beasts rushing toward them. A few of them fled in panic. If it weren't for Jian Shisan's Emperor-level formation and mighty sword essence, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. The few of them quickly noticed Long Chen's arrival and Yi Hailon's figure. Immediately, they were overjoyed. The other 100 Smelting Clan disciples even shouted, "Save us!" Long Chun ordered the Nightmare Fire Beast King to go forward and save everyone on its back. The Nightmare Fire Beasts in front seemed to be extremely afraid of the Beast King and retreated like the tide after a moment of death. Jian Shisan gasped for breath, and his breath was in a mess. It was obvious that he had used the life-saving elixir that Long Chun gave him. Chapter 240. Blood of the Evil Races. However, Long Chun had no intention of leaving. When he saw Marquis Feng Qing's severed arm, he knew that the Zhu Wuqing was nearby. With Jian Shisan and Marquis Feng Qing's strength, only a small number of people could force them into such a situation. Most of them had already died in the Stone Forest killing array, so there was only one person left. Zhu Wuqing. True enough. Within 10 breaths of time, Zhu Wuqing, who had purple hair and a strange smile on his face, stood on top of a stone mountain and stared at Long Chun from afar. Behind him were a few of the Wanjian sect disciples that Ao Sangxiong had released. Senior brother Zhu Wuqing is wise. This place is surrounded by 3 mountains, and there are so many beasts here for no reason. If we force them to die here and use them as bait, Long Chun will walk right into the trap sooner or later. If we go to the stone forest now, I'm afraid we'll find nothing. Long Chun will definitely die today. Not only is he an Emperor stage alchemist, but he is also proficient in Array Dao. It's a pity that he will still die after entering the secret realm. Ao Sanqiong's face gradually darkened when he saw the Wanjian sect's people behaving so arrogantly in front of the Zhu Wuqing. He looked at Long Chun and said, "This happened because of me. I'll help you kill this Zhu Wuqing." Before Long Chun could say anything, Yi Hailon frowned and said coldly, "You let them go first, and now you want to kill them. Why bother? Asking for trouble." Yi Hailon had a cold and arrogant personality, but in many aspects, he was very similar to Long Chun. His way of doing things was clean and efficient, just like Ao Sanqiong. She really could not understand his way of doing things, and only felt that it was extremely foolish. Long Chun shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "He saved them because they were from the same sect. He killed them because he bit the hand that fed him. Am I right?" Long Chun knew Ao Sanqiong's temperament very well. In his eyes, there was no pedantic decision. It was only right or wrong. As fellow disciples, he should save these people's lives. That was the right thing to do. Repaying kindness with enmity was a mistake. Bringing danger to Long Chun's life was a mistake. However, Long Chun reached out to stop Ao Sanqiong and said, "He's looking for me. Even without these Wanjian sect disciples, it's only a matter of time before we meet today." Zhu Wuqing, who was at the top of the mountain, did not speak. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, "Originally, I still had a lot of things to do. I wanted to let you live for a few more days, or at least let you die a quick death at the hands of this group of trash." However, the moment he saw Yi Hailon, he could not help but frown slightly. He said in a low voice, "Yi Hailon, this has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere." Yi Hailon was the holy maiden of the 5 sects. Her status in the 5 sects was extremely special. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Zhu Wuqing did not want to fight with her. In fact, he did not understand why this cold and arrogant holy maiden, who was famous for being unapproachable, would follow Long Chun. Back then, even when Lin Sheng of the Wanjian sect pursued her, she did not care. She did not even say a word of courtesy to him. "You're not qualified to order me around." Yi Hailon's voice was as calm as ever. There was a hint of coldness in her voice, as if her voice came from the depths of an iceberg. Zhu Wuqing's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He did not want to say anything more. His entire body was instantly enveloped by a faint purple light. The moment Zhu Wuqing rushed out, Yi Hailon and Ao Sanqiong actually rushed out at the same time. Long Chun could only laugh bitterly. He had no choice but to rush out as well. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were engaged in battle. For a moment, their swords were like rainbows. The air in all directions was constantly vibrating. Waves of invisible energy swept out in all directions. Zhu Wuqing's face was extremely gloomy. It was obvious that Ao Sanqiong's strength had exceeded his expectations. The long saber in his hand moved like a mountain as he retreated in defeat. However, Long Chun knew that it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. "Yi Hailon, since you insist on going against me, then don't blame me for this." Zhu Wuqing's voice was filled with madness. Immediately after, a faint purple glow appeared all over his body. Lines of purple veins quickly appeared all over his body. At the same time, his entire body was filled with a terrifying energy. His strength climbed steadily to the peak of the late-stage void return stage. The power of bloodline. Yi Hailon and Ao Sangqiong's expressions suddenly changed. They seemed to be shocked by the scene before them. Only Long Chen's body was instantly covered in scales. He rushed in front of the two of them. Long Chen shouted, "Retreat!" As his voice fell, a purple ball of light slashed out from Zhu Wuqing's long sword. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. The ball of light fell, bringing with it boundless ripples. It produced an explosion of brilliance that was dozens of meters long. The people around them were inexplicably shocked. Isn't Zhu Wuqing a disciple of the godly sword sect? He actually has such a terrifying bloodline power. No wonder he's so fearless. With such a bloodline power, his strength is terrifying. Yi Hailon finally understood why Long Chen was unwilling to fight with Zhu Wuqing. This person's combat strength was too abnormal. It was not at all what it appeared to be. Yi Hailon, today I'm going to have a taste of what it's like to be the holy maiden of the 5 sects. Zhu Wuqing's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple glow appeared in his hand. He turned around and killed all the disciples of the Wanjian sect behind him. Long Chen stared at Zhu Wuqing and calmly said, "If my guess isn't wrong, your bloodline power belongs to the evil race. Who knows how many people you've killed and how much blood you've sucked to be able to release such a terrifying combat strength for a short period of time." Zhu Wuqing's pupils suddenly shrank. His body was covered in a purple glow and his mouth was filled with fangs. His smile was very terrifying as he sternly said, "I never thought that you would know about the evil race's bloodline. But so what? Today I'll kill all of you, and who will know?" Long Chen looked deeply at Jian Shisan and the others. Jian Shisan, Feng Ming Marquis, and the other disciples of the 100 Smelting Sect would most likely be affected. With the strength of Ao Sangqiong and Yi Hailon, it was enough to tie down Zhu Wuqing. However, Long Chen knew that once this person released his hidden strength, the 3 of them would not be able to take him down. Ao. However, while Long Chen and the others were slowly retreating, the nightmare fire beasts they were riding on seemed to be able to sense the direction of the beast's tide. Long Chen asked Jian Shisan and the others in a deep voice, "What's in front of us?" Jian Shisan replied, "It's a mountain wall. There are nightmare fire beast nests everywhere. I'm afraid there are over 1,000 of them. Come with me." Long Chen heard this and quickly retreated with everyone. Yi Hailon and Ao Sangqiong retreated while fighting. Zhu Wuqing gave a cold laugh and said in a cold voice, "Why are you still struggling? This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the walls are very smooth. You won't be able to escape." Chapter 241. Fire Raven Nether Cave. Zhu Wuqing's strength shocked Yi Hailon. Zhu Wuqing had always been ranked at the bottom of the top 5 sects in terms of combat strength, except for the disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan. However, no one would have thought that after he displayed his so-called evil bloodline today, his cultivation level would approach the Dao integration stage. Perhaps even the Wanjian sect's Liansheng would not be a match for him. Everyone retreated as they fought. Long Chen said to the 2 of them, "The evil race's bloodline is a kind of demonic method. It consumes other people's blood essence to refine itself. However, if he uses it once, I'm afraid he will lose at least 10 years of his lifespan. The damage to his body is very serious. If he wants to use it again, he will still need to consume a lot of human blood. That's not all. Although he possesses such powerful combat prowess at the return to void stage, his lifespan is severely damaged because of this. He won't be able to reach the Dao integration stage in this lifetime." When everyone heard this, they let out a long sigh of relief. This so-called evil race bloodline actually had such a terrifying price to pay. In this way, this combat effectiveness was justified. Why don't the 3 of us use our secret techniques at the same time? Ao Sangqiong suggested. Yi Hailon scoffed. If we were to use our secret techniques now, wouldn't we be fighting to the death with this person? As a monstrous disciple of the Godly Knife sect, he definitely has his own secret techniques. When the time comes, the three of us will have to pay a huge price. Some of us might even die. Long Chen nodded. In his previous life, Zhu Wuqing had used a secret technique before he died. In the end, he self-destructed and almost killed Long Chen, who had absorbed the fire element spirit vein and reached the late void return stage. For a moment, everyone fell into an extremely awkward situation. Long Chen said, "Actually, I have a way to defeat him, and I don't need the two of you to attack together with me. But I need time. Later, I will help you set up a formation, but the two of you must hold the formation, and I will come out." Just as they were about to reach the cliff, Long Chen's words made everyone's expression change. Jian San immediately shouted, "Master, you can't. This person's combat prowess is not something you can fight alone. Although your combat prowess is incredible, you are still only at the divine transformation stage." Yi Halen's frowned slightly and said coldly, "Long Chen, how is this different from committing suicide? Rather than that, we might as well fight to the death or continue to delay. You haven't given me the stone wall yet. If you die, how am I supposed to find it in this vast fire seed secret realm? If you don't, then tell me where it is." Long Chen's Long Chun's Long Chun, master was Long Chun's Tao. Was Long's master of heaven. Ao Tsangxiong also frowned. However, he had met Long Chun on the path of immortal ascension, so he had some understanding of Long Chun. At least, he could not judge Long Chun as an ordinary person. Seeing that Long Chen's eyes were full of confidence, Ao Tsangxiong said in a low voice, "Just do it. I am partly responsible for this. The two of you can leave. I will take care of the formation alone." Long Chun stared at Ao Tsangxiong, whose face was as young as his. The determination and courage on Ao Tsangxiong's face were exactly the same as 300 years later in his previous life. He knew that once Ao Tsangxiong said that, he would not run away even if the formation was broken. He would definitely fight to the death, or even trade his life for Ao Tsangxiong's. However, if the young master of Dark Star died in the secret realm, the 5 major sects would have to pay the price in blood. They retreated as they fought. When they reached the mountain wall, Long Chun no longer hesitated. He said to Yi Hailon, "If you don't want to stay here, I will go with you to get the stone wall. But now, the two of you must stall Zhu Wuqing. I have to leave a formation here to save their lives and buy time." Ao Tsangxiong and Yi Hailon stopped retreating. They faced Zhu Wuqing head-on. Zhu Wuqing seemed to have realized that something was wrong. He said sternly, "This is a dead end. What do you want to do?" Long Chun did not answer. He kept carving on the mountain wall with his sword. Jian San and Marquis Feng Qing led a few disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan into the cave. With the existence of the fire-eating beast king, the surrounding by fire beast growled but did not attack. For hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Ao Tsangxiong and Yi Halen's complexions were extremely unsightly. Blood was seeping out of the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that their injuries weren't light. The short 6 hours of perseverance had made them realize how terrifying Wu Qing was. Ao Tsangxiong, you enter the formation and use the 1,000-year-old fire seed as the foundation to protect the formation. Even if he attacks with all his strength, you can hold on for 5 days. Remember, even if the Zhu Wuqing comes to kill us, you must not leave the formation. Otherwise, once the Zhu Wuqing comes back to kill you, you'll all be killed," Long Chun said in a deep voice. However, Zhu Wuqing was relieved when he heard what Long Chen said. Originally, he had some doubts about Long Chen's actions, but now, all his doubts were gone. He sneered and said, 5 days. With my current condition, I can hold on until the end of the Fire Seed secret realm. Yi Hailon and this disciple of the Wanjian sect, as long as you two leave, I will not stop you. I only want Long Chen's head. In truth, it was not without reason that Zhu Wuqing was contending with everyone like this. He had the same concerns as Long Chun and the other two. Although his current combat strength was strong, If the three of them were to fight with their lives on the line, there was no possibility of him surviving. In the past few hours, he only wanted Ao, Sangxiong, and Yi Hailon to retreat. As long as one of them left the formation, he would have a chance to escape after killing Long Chun. It was a pity that he did not understand Ao, Sangxiong, or Yi Hailon. After Ao, Sangxiong entered the formation, Long Chun handed the 1,000-year-old fire seed to him. Then, he and Yi Hailon turned around and rushed toward Zhu Wuqing. The two of them retreated after the attack and quickly flew away. To everyone's surprise, Zhu Wuqing did not stop the two of them from leaving. Instead, he was overjoyed. He did not expect Long Chun to split up with the others. Zhu Wuqing did not even look at Ao, Sangxiong, and the others. He followed behind Long Chun and left. He did not attack immediately. Instead, he hoped that the two of them would run further away. When Yi Hailon saw this, he said to Long Chun in a low voice, "What medicine are you selling? This person cannot fight. If we die, they will not be able to survive even if they are in the formation. Don't worry. As long as we reach that place, even if he comes back, as long as the formation lasts for a few days, I will be able to kill Zhu Wuqing with my own hands." Long Chun replied, "You want to kill Zhu Wuqing with your own hands in this state? Where are you going? And what is so strange about it?" Yi Hailon frowned deeply. He was very confused. If Long Chun had said this to someone else, Yi Hailon would not have thought much about it and would have thought that he was an idiot. However, for some reason, Long Chun's strong confidence made her unable to doubt him. Long Chun smiled and said, "The Fire Crow's nether cave." His voice was very calm. It was as if Zhu Wuqing was already dead and there was nothing to worry about. Chapter 242. A touch of tenderness that Zhu Wuqing followed closely behind, but Long Chun knew that once they reached the Fire Raven's nether cave, everything would be over. Below the netherworld cave, after passing through the flock of fire crows, was the location of the fire attribute spiritual vein. Now that Jian San, Marquis Feng Qing, and the others were in the formation, he no longer had any worries. A few days of safety was enough for him to absorb the energy of the entire spiritual vein. 2 hours after the three of them left the area where the cliff was, Zhu Wuqing's speed suddenly increased explosively. His cultivation surged once again, and the purple light around his body burned fiercely like flames. "Yi Hailon, since you insist on going against me today, then the Fire Seed Secret Realm will be the place where you will die." Zhu Wuqing sped up and closed the distance between them. A purple flame blade light, which was thousands of feet long, soared into the sky and fell straight towards Long Chun and his companion. Boom! Boom! The moment the berserk attack landed, it directly caused an extremely terrifying explosion. The entire ground cracked open for thousands of meters. Poochie! Yi Hailon and his sword were suddenly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Zhu Wuqing's sudden increase in cultivation caught her completely off guard. This attack was infinitely close to the Dao integration stage. Long Chun's face also turned pale. Fortunately, the scales on his body had appeared immediately. His divine sense could not spread out in this place, so he did not notice the sudden increase in Zhu Wuqing's cultivation level. "Keep running. If I remember correctly, it will take at most 1 day to reach the Fire Crow Netherworld Cave," Long Chun said coldly. "1 day?" Yi Hailon snorted coldly. "The Fire Crow Nether Cave is a dangerous place. There are countless fire crows at the bottom of the cliff. It's like a purgatory. Besides, do you think the Zhu Wuqing will give us a day?" Just as Yi Hailon finished speaking, before Long Chun could even react, another 3 purple rays of light came down from the sky. Each ray of light was like a thunderbolt, carrying with it the force of 1,000 caddies. Its power was terrifying. A pill that looked like an ice granule appeared in Yi Hailon's hand. He raised his hand and was about to consume it. Long Chun's pupils constricted abruptly, and he snatched the pill away in the nick of time. After that, his figure flashed to block Yi Halen's back and embrace her before he swiftly utilized his Emperor rank movement technique to charge forward at full speed. Bang, bang, bang. Long Chen's entire body was sent flying. He had actually used his body to withstand these 3 attacks. The golden scales on his back were stained with blood. You can't take this pill, or else the 7 extinction physique will be affected, and there will be no way to stop it in the future. Long Chen's words were full of unquestionable meaning. Yi Hailon, who was tightly hugged in his arms, had a cold expression. However, after hearing Long Chen's words, she fell silent. Feeling Long Chen's scorching body temperature and manly breath, her neck could not help but turn red. She said coldly, "Are you done hugging me?" Long Chen's lips curled into a smile. Not only did he not let go, but he hugged her even tighter. He replied indifferently, "I'm afraid I'll have to hug you for a while longer." After saying that, Long Chen actually threw the ice pill into his mouth. Yi Halen's expression suddenly froze. She cried out involuntarily, "You know what kind of pill this is, and you still dare to take it?" Buzz. Long Chen did not answer. Waves of cold energy spread out from his body, and his energy center was covered with frost. He, who was originally covered in scales, was now like an ice sculpture. However, his cultivation level had increased by 2 levels, reaching the 6th level of the divine transformation realm. Hold on tight. If he catches up with us now, even if we win, I'm afraid at least one of us will die. After saying that, Long Chen's body movement technique suddenly changed. Originally, it was a small movement technique, but in an instant, it became a large movement technique. With 1 step, he crossed dozens of meters. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. Zhu Wuqing, who was behind him, was suddenly stunned. Her eyes suddenly shrank, and she said coldly, "Has he finally taken the pill? How many secrets does this person have?" At the same time that his cultivation level skyrocketed, his body movement technique immediately changed. Its level is even above the 6th level of the Monarch realm, and it has also reached the transformation realm. Even so, once the effect of the pill is over, these 2 people will only have a dead end. There's no other way. Yi Halen's face was very ugly. His body was very unnatural in Long Chen's arms, and his hands were at a loss. After a short silence, she asked Long Chen, "This extreme ice pill can temporarily increase one's cultivation level with the power of cold ice. If it's used by someone in the Void Return realm, it can greatly increase one's soul and the power of the gold core by several times. Logically speaking, you're in the divine transformation realm, so after taking it, you should directly reach the peak of the divine transformation realm. Why did it only increase by 2 levels?" At this moment, her body was very close to Long Chen, and she immediately felt the changes in Long Chen's energy center. However, she was shocked by Long Chen's body movement technique, because she felt that it was at least a 6th level of the Monarch realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to shake off Zhu Wuqing in his current state. Feeling Yi Halen's virgin breath in his arms, Long Chen seemed to have returned to the scene in his previous life when the 2 of them were chased by Zhu Wuqing in the Fire Seed secret realm. Looking at Yi Halen's beautiful face, a touch of unnatural gentleness appeared in his eyes, and he said, "Carefully feel my energy center, and you'll know why." Yi Halen's senses were very sharp, and the gentleness in Long Chen's eyes made her subconsciously avert her eyes, but her cheeks were already flushed red. As the holy maiden of the 5 sects, she had never had contact with any man in her life. She had been the holy maiden of the 5 sects for as long as she could remember, until today. As if to avoid embarrassment, and also as if she was really puzzled, she gradually condensed her divine consciousness and probed Long Chen's energy center, which was very close to her. Then, her expression gradually changed, and her beautiful face was full of shock. Even her body could not help but tremble in Long Chen's arms. How is this possible? Is this the shadow of your energy center? How can the energy center of a divine transformation realm cultivator's energy center be so huge? Yi Hailon felt her mind go blank. As the holy maiden of the three sects, she had the thousand-severing body. When she entered the divine transformation realm, she only had a 7,000-meter-long energy center shadow. Now, Long Chen's energy center shadow was 100,000 miles wide. Looking at Yi Hailon, Long Chen's eyes seemed to pass through space, and they were full of emptiness. He seemed to be lost in his memories, and he whispered, "In this life, I'd rather betray the heavens than you." Yi Hailon fell silent. She did not know why, but her heart suddenly trembled, as if she was deeply touched. However, she did not understand why Long Chen would say such a thing. She did not even know if Long Chen's words were meant for her to hear. After these words, the two of them became strangely quiet. Yi Hailon was hugged by Long Chen just like that. Her hands were still in front of her body, and she was unwilling to hug Long Chen. Zhu Wuqing, who was behind them, did not seem to be in a hurry. He seemed to only want to wait for the effects of Long Chen's medicine to wear off. Once the effects of the medicine were gone, he would be in a weakened state. When that time came, he would be able to win without a fight. Chapter 243. Together, the Fire Crow Nether Cave was like a black hole that was tens of meters long and wide, tearing the ground apart. Scorching heat waves shot up into the sky. The temperature was like fire, causing the surroundings to be covered in a fiery red, far more intense than the dark red of other places, looking down along the airwaves. There were countless palm-sized flames leaping about. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that they were palm-sized bird beasts. Their entire bodies were red, and their claws were like fire-tempered weapons. From time to time, they would scrape against the walls, making ear-piercing sounds. A man and a woman flew over. Long Chen's body was like an ice sculpture. The space between his eyebrows was filled with ice shards, while the woman in his arms had a bright red complexion and was extremely beautiful. "We're finally here." Long Chen looked at the flaming nether cave in front of him, his lips curling into a smile. He naturally knew where this place was, but in order to ensure the safety of Jian San, Marquis Fengqing, and the rest, he did not come here immediately. Now that Jian San and Marquis Fengqing were in the formation, he was naturally at ease. Absorbing an entire fire elemental spiritual vein was definitely not an easy task for him. He had to ensure that the Zhu Wuqing would not be able to attack Jian San and the rest during this time. "Can you put me down now?" Yi Hailon suddenly said. Long Chen was stunned. His hands were removed from Yi Hailon's round and perfect waist. Then the two of them stood side by side. Yi Hailon's face was still a little red. He tried to change the topic, looking at the nether cave 2 to 3 meters in front of them. She said in a low voice, "The Zhu Wuqing will be here in a few breaths. And at this moment, the power of your extreme ice pill will be depleted. What should we do next? This is a dead end." Seeing that the Zhu Wuqing was right behind them, Long Chen revealed a mocking smile. He looked at Yi Hailon and said, "Look at this place. The sky is like a red carpet, and the earth is like a black star. You and I are a pair of lovebirds. Wouldn't it be nice to die here?" Yi Hailon could tell that Long Chen was teasing him. He rolled his eyes at him and said, "You said that Zhu Wuqing would not be a problem once we reach this place. Now you still have the mood to joke around?" Behind him, Zhu Wuqing had already arrived. His speed was not fast. With his evil bloodline, he could hold on until the Tinder's secret realm closed. In his eyes, Long Chen and Yi Hailon had already become fugitives. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Yi Hailon would not be unaware of the Fire Crow Nether Cave. After all the disciples of this place left the Fire Seed Mystic Realm, they would all say that there was such a dangerous place. However, those who entered never came out again. Yi Hailon, now that you're already at death's door, why do you still want to continue with your old lover? Why don't you do it with me? I can spare your life." Zhu Wuqing said in a low voice with a scornful look in his eyes. As his voice fell, dozens of beautiful light screens formed on the long sword in his hand. The terrifying pressure caused the surrounding air to vibrate, creating invisible ripples. Seeing that Zhu Wuqing was about to attack, Yi Hailon stared at Long Chun and said anxiously, "If you have any ideas, why don't you do it?" Long Chun looked at Yi Hailon's beautiful face and suddenly laughed. He reached out and hugged Yi Hailon tightly in his arms. Then, he fell into the Fire Crow nether cave. "You're crazy." Yi Hailon's expression changed drastically. He shouted and tried to jump up. However, Long Chin's body was covered in scales, and he was bound tightly. He could not break free from his powerful strength. Caw, caw, caw. A series of fire crows cried out and rushed towards the falling Long Chun and Yi Hailon. Yi Hailon felt cold all over, and his face was as pale as paper. He bit his lower lip and closed his eyes. Was he going to die just like that? Maybe it's not bad to have someone accompany me in death. Yi Hailon instinctively grabbed on a Long Chun tightly, like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. "Hold me tight." Long Chin's voice was low and firm, as if he was making a promise from his previous life. 1,000 extreme body, 7 extreme body. As long as I'm here, the 7 extreme body will never awaken in this life. As he spoke, a large hand brushed Yi Hailon's hair and pressed her forehead against his chest. Countless fire crows rushed towards them. Yi Hailon did not see them, but she felt that the surrounding temperature had increased countless times, making her feel like she was in a furnace. Even her clothes were starting to burn. She heard a muffled groan, and for the first time, she was like a weak woman in a man's arms, unable to move an inch. Qian Qian's slender and graceful figure was like a baby, completely curled up in Long Chen's arms. On top of the netherworld cave, Zhu Wuqing stood at the edge of the black hole. As far as his eyes could see, countless fire crows had already surrounded Long Chun and Yi Hailon. "Lunatic!" Zhu Wuqing roared, feeling a turbid breath in his chest. He never thought that Long Chun would bring Yi Hailon to this place and jump down just like that. Zhu Wuqing waved his sword wildly, like a lunatic, attacking the ground and the stone forest in all directions. Innumerable thousands of meters of sword marks appeared on the ground after a while. He said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, then I'll make the other people of the 100 smelting clans suffer the most horrible torture for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Wuqing turned around and left. Unexpectedly, he once again rushed towards the place where Ao Sangqiong had come from. "Senior Jian Shisan, if we continue to wait like this, if Senior Long Chun can't defeat Zhu Wuqing, won't we die for sure? This formation can't stop Zhu Wuqing for more than a few days. If we run away now, we may have a chance to survive in the secret realm of Fire Seed." Several people of the 100 Smelting clan were terrified, and some of them hid in the cave, trembling uncontrollably. They felt that if they continued to wait, they would die for sure. In fact, Long Chen's words of wanting to kill Zhu Wuqing with his own strength were simply the ravings of a lunatic in their hearts. In fact, each of them had the same thought, and that was that Long Chun had purposely let them stay in the formation while he escaped. In this way, as long as he got rid of Zhu Wuqing, they might be able to delay for a long time in the formation and become the scapegoats. However, no one was willing to say this out loud. Jian Shisan's face was gloomy. He stared at them and said in a cold voice, "Since Master said he will come back, then he will definitely come back. If anyone dares to say anything else, kill them." Jian Shisan's cold killing intent was like a long sword, making everyone tremble in fear, and no one dared to say another word. Marquis Feng Xing sat on the side, frowning and not saying a word. At the entrance of the cave, Ao Sangqiong held the formation with his right hand and a fire seed in his left hand, standing there like a statue. Since he had promised Long Chun, unless the formation was broken, he would not leave even if he died. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.